Have a roll call for us, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Parker? Present. Mr. DeCorda? Present. Mr. Fox? He did let me know he was going to be absent. Mr. Williams?
Here.
Mr. Kendrick?
Present.
Mr. Maffett?
Present.
Ms. Flatley? Mr. Myers? Mr. Nicely?
Present.
And Mr. Palavoda?
Present.
Thank you. We do have a quorum, sir.
All right, let the record show that there is a quorum. May we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag, to the republic, which stands one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you for allowing us to gather in this place, Lord. We ask that you guide our minds and our hearts as we go about the county's business. Lord, we ask that you, each and every one of us, have respect, honor, and dignity as we voice our opinions about what is to go forth for this county. These and other blessings we pray. Amen. All right, each panel member, I think you have an agenda before you. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any amendments or that needs to be done to the agenda. Seeing that there are none, may I get a motion to accept the agenda as is?
Mr. Chairman. Go ahead. Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the agenda as it is. Second.
Motion was made by Mr. Kendrick, seconded by Mr. Nicely. All in favor, show of hands.
I had one discussion.
Oh, my apologies.
I didn't know if we wanted to give Mr. Lentz a chance to go before. Oh, never mind. He is before the public hearings.
Yes.
Sorry.
All right. Okay. So all in favor with the agenda as is, show of hands. Aye. Agenda passes unanimously. Next on the agenda is approval of the minutes from March 11th. All right, we'll take a moment to review those. Right. Are there any corrections that need to be made from anyone's observation? Seeing that there are none, if I can get a motion for the approval of the minutes.
I make a motion we approve the minutes for March 11th, 2025.
All right. Record show that a motion was made by Ms. Denise and seconded by, who was that? Mr. DeCorda. All in favor, show of hands and aye. All right. Any objections? I think the approval passed unanimously. Okay. Next is our citizens' public comment period. All right. This is the period where we'll be limited to 3 minutes per person to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. If comments relate to a specific public hearing item, please offer them at the time of the public hearing. So let me put this in another way. If you are here to speak about something specific, such as green energy venture or any other specific project, you will speak when that comes up in public hearing. Otherwise, if you have something other than what is further down the agenda, you may now speak. So public hearing comment period is now open. And I think first I have Miss Deborah Fairfax. Very well. All right. Okay. There are no others listed at this period. Is there anyone else who wish to speak? All right. Seeing that there are none, the public comment period is now closed. Right. Seeing that there was no comments, I don't see a need for a discussion. All right. Next on the agenda is the Community Planning Liaisons Officer, Naval Support Facility South Potomac, Dahlgren, Mr. Adam Lynch. Mr. Lynch, are you here? Right.
He did let us know he wasn't going to be here.
Yes, yes, you did. Okay. All right. Next on the agenda is old business. An action on resolution PC-03-25, application Z-2024-00219, Davis Hill Development Special Exception, which was deferred from March 11th of 2025.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Good to see you all again. My name is Will Thurman. I work for Davis Hill Development, and we're discussing the Daisy Lane Solar Project. I know the Planning Commission has seen some of this information before, so I'll try and go quickly. I know there's a lot on the agenda, but I'll take some time to focus on the previous items that we kind of focused on. You can go to the next slide. So just about Davis Hill Development, we're a developer, owner, and operator of community solar and commercial industrial solar projects. This is just a little bit about our parent company, Skyview Ventures. Davis Hill Development's right there in the middle. We've been around since 2013, have been developing community solar projects since the inception. So we do have a lot of experience in the space. Have other projects in Virginia as well as kind of across the northeastern U.S. So this is just kind of a statement of our qualifications, basically just background on what our company does day to day, our capabilities, origination development. So we're finding the sites, we're reaching out to landowners in the area, providing information to them, seeing if they would like to sign up and host a community solar farm. We use the GIS systems to locate those facilities. We do all the interconnection applications and information in-house, so we're filling out the information for the utility, in this case Dominion, going through the full study process with them. Conditional use permitting is kind of what we're doing right now for the special exemption. And then we also have construction management, project finance, and asset operations. So we build our projects, own and operate them with a full asset management team, and provide the financing ourselves. So just experience, we've successfully developed 30 grid-tied facilities, so over 250 megawatts currently under development. And you can go to the next slide. So this is just kind of a map of projects that we've done in the past. As you can see, it's predominantly, mid-Atlantic, Northeast. You can go to the next slide. These are just a few photos of previous community solar farms that we've developed. And then this is just a high-level slide on what is community solar. So essentially, we build a community solar farm. We sell that, or the power that is generated at that facility gets exported to the grid. People in the area can subscribe to the project and get discounted rates on their power bill. We're usually seeing around 5 to 15% savings. So this is just a way for community members to utilize green energy without having actual panels on their roofs and having to install it themselves. So this is just kind of the high-level project details. So this project is 2.7 megawatts AC. The array footprint is taking up around 12 acres of the 83 total acre parcel. So this specific site will have 6,448 modules. We will participate in the Virginia Department of Conservation and Recreational Pollinator SMART program, meaning we're planting pollinator species underneath the panels and the array footprint, essentially making sure that the land stays valuable throughout the life cycle of the project. And then when the project is finished, we would decommission it. We provided a decommissioning plan to the county, which is essentially, taking apart the solar facility and bringing the land to its original state, hopefully better. I think I ran over that last part. It's, we're looking at 10 to 15% savings for subscribers. And we dedicate 30% of the energy to low to moderate income households. I understand this is hard to see from most people's vantage point, but this is the layout of the project. That's the street coming up to the south is Daisy Lane. You come into the parcel, which I said it was 83 acres. That footprint inside the fence is about 12 acres. So this is visual analysis. We do like high level concept plans of what different vantage points would see throughout the project. This is based on, existing conditions and then growth projections after. You can go to the next slide. So the top left is just like a high level aerial view of the project. As you can see, there's mature forest surrounding the project. We see this as a big advantage to the project because we're not taking away, it's not visually an eyesore. It won't be seen from pretty much every direction. And we're utilizing existing forests. We're not cutting mature trees. And we are not impacting any wetlands, etc. You can go to the next slide. So this is a list of the proposed conditions that were agreed upon by the county and ourselves. These are essentially just the regulatory requirements that we would have to fulfill to get our permit and continue operation. I think it would probably be redundant to go through each one of these, but the county has put them in place and they're available on the website. So this is just an example of a flyer and community outreach that we did. This is actually the exact one that we mailed out to budding property owners for this project. So some of you may have received this. Basically just giving a high level project summary. This is saying the size, the acreage, give a small snapshot of the design just to show you where it is. And then kind of give you the key benefits that I've laid out here. So this is kind of the new information addressing some concerns or questions that were brought up at the last public hearing. I know noise was a concern. The project will be a noise disturbance in the future. And what I did not have last time was our inverter specification sheet, which I've provided here. I know it's hard to see. I have some printouts as well, but essentially the key information on that sheet is what's highlighted is the noise emission level, maximum noise emission level. And that comes to be 69 decibels. And I just got a few examples of what 69 decibels really sounds like. So 69 decibels is about the same as the normal conversation at a distance of 3 feet. It's quieter than a household vacuum, which is typically around 70 to 80 decibels. Our closest setback is 50 feet, which would make the sound level approximately 45 decibels. 45 decibels is the equivalent to a normal or quiet conversation at home, a suburban neighborhood at night, or a refrigerator humming in the room over. So those are just a few examples to say, listen, this is a very quiet system. It will be essentially inaudible, specifically with the setbacks we have, as well as the vegetative screening and existing tree cover around the array. Community benefit. I know I spoke about it a few on the slides, but various members said, we want to understand more what this does to our community and how it benefits it. I think the largest benefactor is the local energy savings for residents and small businesses. Typically, like I said, saving 5 to 15%. while that sounds somewhat minimal, this is, an opportunity for people to invest in green energy, like I said, and not have to put the panels in the system and go through that process of doing it themselves. You can subscribe and you're getting local clean power within your community. Tax revenue. So we're expected to generate around 250,000 in tax revenue over the life cycle of the project. I understand that some other projects may, make that number look minimal. I think what we like to say is, we're generating a new tax revenue, but we're also not taking away from the public services that require it. So, this is a system that operates without any manpower after construction. There's an asset management crew, but we're not creating any additional burden to new schools. We're not using municipal water or sewer system. So you're essentially just giving a tax revenue without the burden. So it's a net positive to the county is how I like to look at it. And then just other benefactors, we try to look at this as not a distant power plant. It's a community-centered energy solution. We're very open to partnering with, different members of the community, educational groups to provide, we've done school visits in the past, local colleges or other studies come out and study the power that we're generating, how the system impacts the environmental conditions underneath. So I think there's a lot of different opportunities to involve the community as much as they want to be involved, or just kind of be that quiet neighbor that is working and generating power in the back without being a burden on the county. I know a big topic was the construction management and mitigation measures. We understand that the county could have concerns about construction and damage to the roadway. I think one of the conditions listed from the county kind of covers this, but also we're open to doing a pre-construction road survey, documenting what the road conditions are prior, doing a post-construction evaluation. If anything seems to be harmed or damaged, we would obviously be on the hook to repair that. But just want to read what condition 17 states. A construction traffic management plan and mitigation measures shall be developed by the applicant and submitted to the county and Virginia Department of Transportation for review. The plan shall address traffic control measures and pre and post construction road evaluation and any necessary repairs to the public road that are required. If a traffic issue arises during the construction of the project, the applicant shall develop, with input from the county and VDOT, appropriate measures to mitigate the issue. So I think, that condition is really holding us accountable, has something in writing that states, we are liable for this, even though I don't expect that to be an issue. Construction is 6 to 8 months long, usually 1 to 2 heavy truck deliveries a month, and then the rest are, local pickup trucks, local utility vehicles. One other topic that was not on there that I know was discussed was kind of the interconnection upgrade locations. Unfortunately, I had a large printout for you all. FedEx office gave me the wrong order. So I sincerely apologize for that. I really was prepared to lay that out in front of you. And I will get that over as soon as I get the correct copy. But did just want to give a high level summary of where those locations are. So at the project site, it goes up Daisy Lane. Inside our fence, they'll be adding.
Can you pull the picture back up and just show us on the map?
Yes. You can go back one. Like I said, it's gonna be tough to see here, and I apologize for not having the printout. So there at the bottom is, okay, there you go. So below there, what you cannot see is Daisy Lane leading up to the array. At that kind of southern portion of the array, the utility, as in Dominion, will be adding several poles to tie into the existing system. I believe it's 3 poles and 2 pads for transformers. To the south of that, there's existing single-phase power that runs through Daisy Lane. So that will be upgraded to 3-phase. There'll be no additional poles. It will just be upgrading the existing poles. And then as you pop out Daisy Lane to Ernest Ellis, the wires get buried there. So we won't be adding any poles. We'll be upgrading the existing underground wiring. And then as it shoots out to Dahlgren Road, we'll be upgrading any single phase that was not previously 3-phase, and then tying in to the Dahlgren Road 3-phase, which then goes down to Arnold's Corner substation.
So there is already existing 3-phase coming down Dahlgren Road?
Yes,
Thank you. And there's a right-of-way that comes up Daisy Lane. There's already utility easement because there's existing power lines there.
correct.
Thank
Yeah, those were the main ones I wanted to address, but happy to answer questions.
Well, while I have it, Chairman, just one last question about the power. I've got some others later, but are you paying for the cost of the upgrades to those utility services?
Yes, so I apologize for not mentioning that previously. This is all privately funded. Nothing goes to the community and or tax members. We are paying the full interconnection upgrade cost through Dominion. They're doing the work, but we're paying the money for it.
Thank you.
You open the field. Any other questions? All right,
Yes, sir.
committee. Flattery, you have the floor.
So I was really interested in the Pollinator Smart program, and I looked at the comprehensive manual for the Virginia Pollinator Smart certification. It outlines all the steps needed to become a certified Pollinator Smart, and it says that the steps are needed to be executed by a qualified professional. Do you have a qualified professional that is going to manage the certification process?
Yes, so we sub that out to a third party that is qualified. They put together a pollinator-friendly seed mix, all based on the soil types and documentation, and then they implement the pollinator species into the array.
And if you decide to do grazing, are the two things compatible, both the Pollinator Smart and the sheep grazing?
That's a good question, actually. Chad, do you know the answer to that? Sorry, Chad, this other one's up here. We just didn't want to stand by each other.
No, you have, yeah, it's good night.
Sorry about that.
All right. Yeah. So the seed mix we would be using is pollinator friendly. It's also conservation friendly, so it'll be tailored to specific species that are threatened here in Virginia, and also provide forage for grazing species. So we're kind of doing 3 in 1 with our future plans, but it will be effective for all 3 of those uses.
Also, number 7 on the Pollinator Smart scorecard allows for the use of insecticide. Are you committed to prohibiting the use of insecticides and herbicides on the project site? And are you willing to add that to the list of your conditions? Number 10 on your list of conditions, it just says that the applicant will work with the county to identify species. And so this is important to me, and if you're going to attract native and pollinators and then not, and use pesticide and insecticide, you're actually doing more harm than good.
I can't speak to exactly why we need to use insecticides or pesticides. As far as, or really the insecticide, the pesticides I can say would be to treat invasive species that are potentially out competing the pollinator habitat that we're trying to implement. So there are some give and take there.
I understand the bees don't, the pesticide doesn't know the difference between the bees and the other pests, right?
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, he's reminded me that herbicides is really what would be used on the invasive plants, not an insecticide or pesticide. So I apologize for misspeaking there. But you're right. A bee doesn't know the difference between an invasive species or a non-invasive species, nor what has been treated and what has not been treated. So there's definitely a give and take there when trying to provide habitat and how you can best do that. And the guidelines that we're seeing in the Pollinator Smart program is that it is appropriate to use those types of treatments to establish pollinator habitat. And so, unfortunately, I'm not an expert, and so we following their guidelines on how to best implement that habitat.
So are you committed? So participating in something doesn't mean that you're going to get to the level of certification. So I just want to kind of gauge your commitment to this. 80 points is certified Pollinator Smart, and so that's something that you guys think that you can achieve.
Yes, it is. I'm just trying to answer your question because, like I said, we're not the experts and we take the information from the experts. So do you think we could provide you with, come back with a response on what they plan to use if they do plan to use that and provide their logic for using that, just as a better understanding?
I think we have to act on this today. I don't
Okay.
think there is any coming back with more information for us.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
they can always defer if they want to, but it has to come from them, not you all.
I think we'd like to defer until we have more information, which we can discuss with the Board of Supervisors.
Mr. Chairman, before y'all act on that, there's one other thing. As we've been looking through the new ordinance that the board adopted in December of 2024, there's an anomaly in that ordinance, and there's a weird little provision that gives all utilities an exemption from the noise ordinance. And so I would also suggest that the applicant may want to offer a condition that specifically says the applicant and project shall abide by the King George County noise ordinance, period.
That's fine with us. Happy to put that in a condition.
Very well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have a couple other questions.
You have the floor, sir.
I'd like to get a little more information about this subscriber and customer process that you have here. Are there any restrictions to who can be a subscriber? Someone from California logs on and subscribes. Can they be a subscriber to a project here in Virginia? What is the really root I'm getting to is what is the real benefit of the residents of King George? Is there any preference that can be given to the residents of King George that are agreeing to let you put this facility into the county? I'd hate to have it be wide open and then everybody from Northern Virginia logs in and subscribes to the 200 subscriber, openings that you had, and zero people in King George get the benefit.
No, understood. And to answer your question, no, people from California cannot. It's a Virginia program, but it does not answer your question on, northern other residents. We would give priority to the community members in the county first. If there was not enough subscribers in the local community to fill up that subscription, we would go, broaden the web.
Yeah, certainly you have to be financially viable, and
Right.
we wouldn't want you to restrict yourself to the point to where you can't do that if not enough King George people get in. But just trying to get a gauge of the sense of the value to the county for that.
That's a good
So
question.
it is a Virginia only residence
Correct.
for this particular program through Dominion.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. The other one I want to just make clear on your statement about the revenues. You were estimating 249,000 over the life cycle. So that's roughly, and if I saw previously, your life cycle is 25 years.
Correct.
So you're roughly $10,000 a year worth of tax revenue coming in.
Correct.
Roughly equivalent to 3 to 4 homes here in the county.
Yep. And like I said, the tax revenue is not a big driver, but we do like to call it out because, like
That's
I said,
fine. You're upfront with what your thing is.
Yep.
The last one that I have is you made some passing comments. Can you give us any more details about what is in your decommissioning plan? We did not see that in any of the attachments. I don't expect it to be. I assume, is it correct to assume that you're going to basically pull out everything? We've not heard anything about your construction techniques. Are you doing big concrete pilings and burying wires and You got to rip everything back up out of the ground? You know, what does your decommissioning plan include?
Yeah, so it's a full plan of all the materials that are included. It gives you value of all those materials, and then the decommissioning bond is based on the value of that project. But it's exactly that. It's how you decommission the facility, as in take everything out and replace it to the condition that it was before we got there. In this case, it would likely look better because it's overgrown. But yes, the decommissioning plan is literally a step-by-step guide of how we would decommission the system to bring it to its life, back to its original form.
So that does include a decommissioning bond
Correct.
to cover those expenses in case something should happen and the company goes defunct and.
Correct. So we provide a estimate of the total project costs. The county comes up with or agrees to that bond amount or can negotiate the bond amount, but ultimately that bond amount number comes from the county.
For the county staff, is there any reason to include that sort of a statement in the proffers, or is that just part of the plan naturally and it does not need to be added here?
It was included in the full application packet that you all received at the last meeting. And we have reviewed it. It is a requirement in the conditions and in the performance standards for any solar project.
So it would be required to get agreed to by the county staff before they get a building permit anyway?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're welcome. All right. Are there any other comments or questions this time from the commission? Seeing that there are none.
Do we really want to defer this?
It's his option. He has the option to do so as well.
Regarding the pollinator, what I want to say, so we don't ever intend to use herbicides and pesticides. I'm just a little caught off guard that it was in that plan, so I'm wondering if there was a specific reason that our consultants provided in that plan. So I'm having trouble committing to that, but I would say 99% of our products don't. So,
Yes, sir.
I think the question I have with Ms. Flatley is, are you committed to being credentialed under the program, or are you committed to participate? I see those as two levels of engagement, and we certainly prefer the stronger.
yeah, no, we are committed to getting the full awarded points to be fully in the program. I can't say 100% that we will meet their criteria. We are going to go down the checklist and do everything we can to meet those steps. So we are committed to aggressively being in the program. I can't determine if we will successfully do that.
I think my concern was that when I looked at number 10 in the conditions, it said that you were going to use county staff to determine what plants to plant. And when I looked at the certification program, it says you need a qualified professional to manage the program. So are you willing to put in the conditions that you're going to use a contractor as your
Yes.
qualified professional in order to, do best effort to achieve certified pollinator smart?
Yes, 100%. We are happy to commit to that.
Is that
Chairman? So the only remaining outstanding item is the condition of adhering to county noise ordinance. Is that, am I correct? Is that? Yep.
yeah? And we'll
Yeah.
and we'll.
I said
we
I'm
can-
happy to include that as a condition. We're very confident that we will not violate that noise ordinance.
All right.
Does this need to be kind of rewritten, and then we could maybe make a motion on it later this evening?
You can
Time to.
you can make a motion to approve the resolution with the addition of
With the
that
recommendation,
condition.
correct.
And the second thing about the pollinator program too.
All right. Are there any other comments or questions for our guest? All right. Thank you. All right. Are there any other further discussion that we would like to take up at this time? Among us, yes.
Yeah, I think this is a poor use of land in the county. So the back end of a neighborhood, there's one route in and out. It's a natural extension point for that neighborhood. The county needs residential homes. This would be a much better spot for that versus bulldozing, a tree lot somewhere or bulldozing another farm. And it generates pretty much no revenue, which housing development expanded into here would, generate a heck of a lot more revenue than this would for the county. It just seems like a short-term waste.
Mr. Park, you have the floor.
I'm stunned at the scrutiny that we're placing on this tiny little solar farm, yet we passed a 1,300 acre solar farm last month with almost no similar level of scrutiny. I'm a little stunned by that. So, I mean, we're getting in the weeds about pollinators and using a piece of land that's not really viable for anything else. And I mean, if you're asking me, this is the way to start with solar. You got a small plot, you see how it works, you don't take up an area that's designated for rural growth and say you're going to put the biggest solar farm or the only solar farm we have in the county there. So I don't have any problems with this one. I think it's a good way to start.
I totally agree with that.
All right.
As far as the dollars are the same, I believe, as last month. It's just a smaller project. It's per acre, it's the same. It all works out the same. It's all same. It's just a smaller solar farm. And you don't have, I guess the only difference could be the sheep part of it, which is actually carbon footprint and the logging the 600 acres. But besides that, it's.
We really want to redebate last month.
Yeah. So
I'm just saying it's the same thing. Let's just get a vote.
okay, yeah, I was going to say at this point, I think it's all a matter of opinion. So I'm looking for a motion at this time.
I might need some help on this. I move that we forward application Z2024-00219 to the King George Board of Supervisors with a favorable recommendation on the conditions that applicant includes in his conditions that the Pollinator Smart program will be managed by a qualified professional and that they will adhere to the county noise ordinance.
Could we just say with the conditions listed as amended by the Planning Commission?
With the conditions as amended by the Planning Commission, I further move that the Planning Commission finds this project to be in substantial accord with the comprehensive plan.
All right. Motion's been made by Ms. Flattery.
Second.
Mr. Decorda's, I'm sorry, that's Mr. Kendrick. Second the motion. With a show of hands and or a vote of ayes.
I can do a roll.
In favor?
I'll do a roll call.
Yes, I apologize. We're going to do a roll call.
Okay. Mr. Parker?
Affirmative.
Mr. Decorda?
Aye.
Mr. Palavoda?
Yes.
Mr. Kendrick?
Aye.
Mr. Maffett?
Nay.
Ms. Flatley?
Aye.
Mr. Myers?
Aye.
Mr. Nicely?
Aye.
And Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay.
I'm just starting.
Next is our public hearing section. First is resolution PC 04-25, application Z-2024-00239, TRW Marine rezoning. So is that applicant here?
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm just gonna introduce Taylor. He was here last month giving his presentation, and I'll just give a staff overview of the application for the public. Mr. Whitaker has applied to rezone approximately 2.39 acres of land from R1 to C2 general commercial. The subject property is located at 4509 James Madison Parkway, just west of the intersection with Potomac Drive. The proposed use of the property is to construct and operate a boat showroom with service bays and approximately 6,000 square feet of flex commercial space. The property lies within the Dahlgren settlement area as designated in the comprehensive plan. A key policy for future development in the Dahlgren settlement area states that commercial development is recommended to follow the existing prevailing development pattern along Route 301. This area of King George is home to several residences, businesses, and NSF Dahlgren, and the area is served by public utilities. The application was reviewed by all county and state reviewing agencies, and their comments were addressed throughout the review process. And these same agencies will have the opportunity to comment during the site plan review if it gets that far. Resolution PC-04-25, along with draft motions, are included in your packet. And I'll turn this over to Mr. Whitaker.
Thank you, Kelly. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Taylor Whitaker. My family and I are TRW Marine and Tackle, and we are local residents here in King George. With me tonight, I have my engineer, Mr. Larry Welford. Again, thank you, Kelly, for giving us a summary from last month's meeting. It's a rezoning application for current residential property. But first, I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce you to the TRW family. My wife of 22 years, Kristen, and my sons, Fisher and Hudson. Thank you. As a military family, we've retired here in King George. As anglers and mariners, we cherish the water. We've never been away from it. And we desire to expand our investment in the community through the establishment of TRW Marine and a business center. Next slide, please. It's okay. You can go ahead and go one more. Thank you. TRW Tackle is what we're currently doing. It's our handmade and custom lure brand that's been servicing local anglers part-time over the last 3 years via the King George Farmers Market on Saturdays. This is a photo from last year's Halloween booth. TRW Marine will be dedicated to the sale of recreational watercraft, specifically bass boats. And we have a verbal agreement with Yamaha Motors and Skeeter boats. But it's not just about us. Our plan provides space and opportunity for other entrepreneurs as well. TRW Marine and Tackle is our opportunity to build a life around a passion, to build a family-owned business, to invest in our community, and to support our local anglers and watermen. Next slide, please.
Good evening. As Taylor said, my name is Larry Welford, and I'm with Welford Engineering, and I'm sort of the technical guy, so I'm going to give you the details of what's being proposed on the site. We're going to talk a little bit about the existing conditions of Taylor's site, what we're planning to do with the site, and then how our plan meets the county's needs and comprehensive plan requirements. Our site is located just inside the red shape right there. The site is parcel number 9-76 on the county system, and its address is on James Madison Parkway, so it is fronts on 301. The site is, as Kelly said, is 2.39 acres. It's currently zoned R1, and it is also currently vacant. There used to be a residence there. It is no longer there. So we are near Bennion Road. Bennion Road is right over here. Here's James Madison Parkway. And Potomac Drive also is adjacent to our site, which leads to the intersection with Bennion Road. So we're also very close to Dahlgren. What we're planning to do is to do what's called equipment sales, rental, and repair. Specifically, it's related to boats. And it'll be, we'll show you some details of that. And then there's also a commercial component with some retail. I think Taylor wants to talk just a minute about, next slide please, the products that he plans to sell.
Thank you, Larry. Our marine products will be exclusively Skeeter boats and Yamaha outboard engines with an overall trailered length somewhere between 21 and 24 feet. The dealership will include 3 service bays for warranty maintenance and shall employ Yamaha certified master technicians per agreement. Our dealership will also inherit the warranty and maintenance support for all current Yamaha owners in the region. The showroom floor will include the latest options for trolling motors, graphing displays, and boating accessories. Again, what we currently do, our fishing rods and tackle products are hand-selected, tuned, painted, and sealed by my boys and I. We lean heavy on local productive patterns learned through our varied community anglers, our own experience, and our customers.
This is a little bit more about our site. When the site is rezoned, we'll be seeking C2 rezoning. And again, this is a little bit of a blow up. The red outline is the limits of the property. And again, this is Route 301, and this is Potomac Drive down here. There is a residence immediately adjacent to us here to the south, and there is a commercial property to the north just before the intersection with Benny and Drive. Next slide, please. So this is what the site will look like, and it's our orientation again is here's Route 301, and here's Potomac Drive. The boat showroom and service bays will be located right here on this part of the site. In addition, there will be a boat display area out near Route 301, obviously to attract customers. Our entrance will be here. I'll talk about that in a little more detail. And then this will be a commercial center right here. And we've called it flex commercial because it could be retail, it could be office, it could be a combination of both. So there'll be a little bit of flexibility on it. So the principal uses on the site are the boat dealership and service, and then the retail sales. Next slide, please. So this application asks that the county consider rezoning to C2, which is general commercial. And that will then permit the uses that Taylor wants to put on the site. The future land use by the county, as determined by the county comprehensive plan, is indeed comprehensive and, is commercial. And Kelly was pointed out that this plan is very much consistent with that county plan. Next slide. So we wanted you to just get a view of what the site looks like today. In general, the grades are relatively flat. This is 301. The site is vacant. The house that's there is gone now. And the primary frontage is on James Monroe Parkway. Next slide. So again, I showed you the boat showrooms and the service areas and so forth. The flex commercial is likely to be small retailers. There could be some offices. You'll notice here that we have 2 entrances. I want to point out there is an entrance on Potomac Drive, and we do have one on 301. Next slide. Our development program, to be specific, is that the boat showroom and sales and service will be 5,400 square feet proposed. The retail flex office will be about 6,000 square feet. So the total development program is just around 11,400 square feet. Those uses require 35 parking spaces. Our plan provides for 42 parking spaces. So there'll be a little bit of extra parking on the site. Next slide. Thank you. There's always infrastructure concerns with a project like this, and I want to talk about them briefly. I showed you where the 2 entrance points are to the site. The principal entrance will be on James Monroe Parkway. That entrance location has been approved by VDOT. It's unusual to be at this point in the project and have VDOT agree that that is where the entrance will be. That's because we had to go through an access management waiver because we were too close to the next entrance to the property next to us. But they have agreed this is the best location for the site, and it's consistent with the fact that Potomac Drive is not always open. There are times during the day that Potomac Drive is closed by the the base. And when it's closed, we would have no access to the site if we did not have an entrance off of James Madison Parkway. So we're pleased to point out that that has already been taken care of. Water and sewer, we have public water and sewer that will be provided through the King George Service Authority. We have some details to work out with them, and we will do that. Stormwater management, it will be on site for this property because we will be introducing more impervious area. Next slide, please. In many sites, there's things called other considerations. There's always things that challenge us with these sites. In this case, wetlands, there are none. Floodplain, there is none. The RPAs, there are none. And finally, the HCOD, which is the Highway Corridor Overlay District, there is, but that's not a burden to us. We can deal with the Highway Corridor Overlay District requirements. So this is a relatively unconstrained site for a commercial use. At this point, as we begin to wrap up, I'm going to turn it back over to Taylor.
Thank you, Larry. In summary, my family and I desire the opportunity to invest in our community by providing products and services that we have a passion for and we feel are underrepresented here in King George. We are not speculative investors. We own the property and we are committed to our vision. Our location was carefully chosen and we have followed due process. Chairman, members of the commission, pending your questions, that's all we have.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Your decision to embark upon this endeavor, I'm sure it's a family affair that you've pointed out. A commitment of your life savings. Just one, it's a bit of a personal question, but I'll ask. What made you choose King George?
So it's hard to answer that in a short way. I've being a military guy, we've lived all over the place. We've lived in Europe.
Exactly. So that gives you opportunities to see other places.
Had a lot of choice.
Yeah.
I grew up in San Diego. I get that question all the time. Why didn't I go home? I fell in love with this place. Right when I came back, one of my last tours here was the bomb squad on Dahlgren, and it was my dream job. I loved it. I love this area. My family can attest to it, and I've come always having been an angler. This place is a gem, a hidden gem, and I'd like it to stay that way for as long as possible. But no, I fell in love with this place, so we've established roots here, and this has become my retirement home.
Well, thank you. All right, committee, the floor is now open upon acknowledgement. Are there any questions? Mr. Kinship, you have the floor.
Just a question to the applicant. Last month when you were before us, you commented that you have not secured funding for this project and you're looking at a timeline of several years?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. So we approve, assuming that approval is granted, the lot would sit vacant for a couple of years until you secure funding.
That is correct. I will build as soon as I have funding.
All right. So, question and answer, I'll come back when we're discussing internally.
Very well.
Mr. Chairman?
You have the floor, sir.
Yeah, my question is actually for the county staff. I noticed a comment in the write-up that talked about how the applicant has been in contact with the county engineer regarding future utility hookups. Engineer comments included that there is currently no water capacity in this area. Do we have any update? I mean, what's the likelihood this gentleman's going to secure lots of funding and go investing in things and then he can't hook up to the county water?
Yeah, I did bring that up during the first review because it did concern me, and I immediately passed it over to Taylor. I don't see Mr. Young here tonight. I was hoping he was going to be here because I thought this question would come up, but I think Larry and Taylor could probably address it better than I could.
I certainly can, sir. So I had a phone conversation with Mr. Young regarding this situation, and he advised me that the Dahlgren area in particular was having some issues with their current water line. Given that our discussion flowed in that we're not currently at the site plan stage, probably not going to be there for some time still. And he expressed to me that it shouldn't probably be a concern if we're looking more down the line of like a year or 2 years before going through a site plan and doing an actual build. That he should have the issue resolved by then. If not, it's a discussion for then.
So it's possibly that it's a short-term situation with the condition of the Dahlgren Public Water
Yes, sir.
system, not a general overall plan that there's a restriction. Okay, thank you.
And I think the wording is more accurate to say that not that there's no water, but he has a concern
Okay.
of the water.
So a follow-up to Mr. Kendrick's question, in a way, is your ability to secure funding for this investment require disapproval of your zoning? In other words, is it going to hurt you if we do not approve this now because you don't have a real business plan behind this?
It could have an impact because a commercial, I would probably be refinancing, if you will, or getting using this as loan and collateral to secure financing in a commercial property might lend to a little bit more dollars and cents than a residential property that has nothing on it, sir.
Thank you.
So before we go any further, those who are standing, there are a couple of seats in the front. If you wish to sit, that is open just for your knowledge. All right. Do we have any other questions from the committee? All right. Yes, sir.
Sorry, before you open the public comment, I just want to bring this to attention of the commission. Although this is, their intention is to do, I think, boat service and lures and such, and that there's no condition or proffer in this to tie that to the rezoning. So just want the planning commission to understand that if you rezone it to commercial, you can do anything under by right that you want to do. One of the most recent things I've seen that's caused a little bit of consternation was in South Stafford, where, and you can do a medical clinic by right under commercial here, and they did a methadone clinic there, which upset the neighborhood right much. So I just point that out to you all if you want to ask questions or have thoughts about limiting the available uses under commercial or tying this to actually the sales and service and repair of boats.
So we've heard comments from council. With those comments, are there any other questions from those comments?
I guess I'd like to go back to the council and ask, so can we make that as a condition to this rezoning? I know it would be, I don't think it's something that we could tie to a zoning change.
I think it would be better if the applicant proffered any limitations or restrictions than for you all to offer conditions.
Okay. But is it something that could be tied to a zoning change?
Yes, sir. They can proffer that all uses, the only use under the rezoning shall be the sale, service, rental of boats, and not going to use any of the other categories by right. Or there are a number of ways you could do it. They could proffer away the uses of a medical clinic or anything else that was concerning. It's just however you want to do it. But they need to proffer it.
Thank you, sir.
All right. You have the floor, sir.
Comp plan says commercial area, so I'd be fine with addition that specified retail, sales, and service.
Yeah.
Restricted to that, and that would exclude a lot of markets.
So I'll ask the applicant: is that something that you would be willing to do?
Absolutely.
All right. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I just be clear with the applicant? You're willing to proffer that the only by right use under commercial would be, it said sales and service and rental equipment. Kelly's pulling it up real quick. I just want to.
That's not what you said.
Okay.
You also said commercial. You said retail. Did you not?
Retail sales and service.
I think Kelly's got the language.
Yeah, equipment sales, rental, and repair is the C2. That's a by right use. And then, I know they were talking about flex retail or office space, which are also allowed under C2.
Just would ask the applicant to state that he's proffering that voluntarily, Mr. Chairman, if that's what he wants to do.
Yeah. So, as council has suggested, is to proffer uh, in which the application in which you have written. Is that something you're willing to do?
It is. Kelly, I'm gonna have to get with you on what language you want me to put in there.
Very well.
And that's something too that we can make sure we have all taken care of before the board.
Very well. Ms. Nicely, you have the floor.
I do have some questions about that though, because do we really want to tie this property to one thing forever? And right now it butts against some residential property, but our comp plan says that this is going to become, probably creep into more commercial. And I'm trying to figure out what the benefit to the county would be to limit this to one or two commercial uses. So, any other thoughts on that? I do want a boat. I mean, I think that's a great idea, and I commend your business plan.
So I will repeat what I stated last month. I have a basic philosophical problem with doing a zoning change on a speculative type of a project, 2 years in advance. I have no reason to not believe this applicant that it is his intention to follow through, seek funding, and go ahead with this project. I think it's a wonderful project. I have no problem with that parcel being zoned commercial. It's probably the appropriate way to handle that parcel. My objection is that if his funding or plans fall through or change, then it's commercial and we don't get the opportunity on this commission to see what is actually going to go on the property. And that's something that we have held on to in the past because depending on what it is, we get to see how the site plan functions, we get to see, exactly what the proposed use is, and we get comfortable with the idea that it's being done the right way for that parcel in that area. So my objection is totally on the idea that he's looking 2 years away.
So, Mr.
I
King,
would table that, my objection to this project, if he proffered that the project that he described is the only one that we're going to allow this project to be, rezoned for. If his project falls through and he sells the property to somebody else as residential, then we get the opportunity to review that project at a later date. That's where I'm coming from.
Mr. DeCorda, sure.
My concern is that to get financing contingent on a zoning request these days might be a burden too far. We do this for a lot of projects. Approve it, pending, the financing isn't there until the zoning's in place. And in the case of a KG County resident, sailor, and an entrepreneur, I'm encouraged to give the break to an entrepreneur than I would be a developer. And restricting it to commercial retail use, I think is a compromise that addresses both. I mean, we could say no more tobacco huts, but that would be an infringement. But I think retail, service, repair, equipment, C2 mitigates a lot of the concerns. We don't want a massage parlor, we don't want a service, we don't want a dentist shop, we don't want a lot of things we don't want. A methadone clinic. It's problematic to exclude those by type under the law.
Ms. Flatter, you have the floor.
I'm just gonna say, if somebody makes an investment, they buy property, they ask for a rezoning, we have ordinances that say what they can do, what they can't do. And if we start putting in our preferences, I don't know that that's necessarily the right way to deal with it. Yeah, do we have preferences? We do, but that's why we have all of the ordinances that we just worked on to say what can go there, what can't go there. And just to say that I like this idea so that's the only idea that we are going to approve, I think is not fair.
Mr. Chairman,
So you have the floor.
I think this goes to a property rights and a principle in real estate is the highest and best use. So if we didn't approve his use of commercial, then he's going to build a house or he's going to sell it to somebody that would build a house, and it's definitely in the wrong area. It's absolutely the right thing to make it C2, and the market will speak as to what's the most important C2 use he can use. He wants to do a boat, which
So what are,
excited about that.
what are we gonna say to
Is-
the developer who rolls in here and says, oh, I want all these different parcels zoned C2, but I'm not quite sure yet what I'm gonna do with them, but it's necessary for me to get funding so that I can proceed. Philosophically, I just don't, I have a problem with it. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
we will vote here shortly
So-
and it'll go whichever way it goes. But, you know,
So I agree.
if he made a
Yeah.
proffer
Yeah.
for his project, that it would be rezoned only for his project. However, we decide to write it so that it is legal, then he can go, pursue his funding and pursue his construction plans. However, if it falls apart, then we retain the ability to have it revert back to residential and then review the next one who comes in here wanting to change it to commercial property.
It wouldn't revert back if we change it.
Council, I mean,
It would remain only for the use as profit. And if anybody wanted to change that, then they'd have to come back. So the applicant could, as Mr. Kendrick suggested, just say, I'm going to use the property as described in my presentation. And that's a valid proffer, and that covers everything he wants to do. If he did not do that, that rezoning would still run with the land. And that's the only use that could be on the property until they come back and ask for a rezoning to some other category. And I don't think I've ever seen a piece of property be zoned to commercial and you could do everything under the category that's allowable. It is very normal to either proffer away uses or tie it to a particular use. In fact, I think that's almost always. Looking at my person to the right, I think it's pretty normal.
And correct me, counsel, if let's say that it does fail, anyone who comes after, there's a due process in which they will have to go through to
Change that.
change it. Correct.
Yes, unless they wanted to use it for the same thing that he wants to do.
Very well.
If he wants to do the same thing, he could do that there. Anything else, they'd have to come back to the county.
Very well. Okay. All right.
So, Mr.
So,
Chairman,
sure.
I'm sorry, sir.
I think at this time, I think we've all made our comments. I think we've have somewhat of an idea. I've got a list that has no names on it. Therefore, I am going to open it up for public comment on this item, which is Resolution PC 04-25 TRW Marine rezoning. Again, there are no names on the list. However, the floor is now open for public comment. All right. Seeing that there are none, the public comment for that resolution PC 04-25 TRW Marine rezoning is now closed. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay.
You ready for the next?
Yeah, do we need to make is there a need to make a motion?
Yeah. Yes.
So when I look at this, I agree, the family and the fishing store and the boat and all that. But really, in essence, this project is a strip mall with that on the side, is what it is. So you have more square footage on unknown than you do on known, is the way I look at it. There's 5 units. As far as King George goes, I think we have plenty of strip malls. I don't know that we need more. Now, it's right outside of base, so you could probably get a government contractor there. Or that area is a popular place for fireworks stands. I mean, there's no control, there's no idea what's going on in there. We're not saying it's going to be office space, or committing it to office space, or committing it to anything really.
But I think it's what the proffers would do. Mr. Nicely, you have the floor.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think we're at a point possibly where I would recommend that we defer this and allow the applicant to come up with language specific for a proffer. I don't think we should be trying to do this real time. They've heard the positions here of the panel, and I'd like to see what they come back with specific language for the proffer.
Well, I don't know if I agree with that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask for the motion, and if a motion is not given, then we'll address it from there.
I'll make a motion that we approve the zoning to C2 for application Z-2024-00239.
The motion's been made.
Mr. Chairman, did his motion include the proffer by the applicant or not?
No.
No proffer.
Motion's made with no proffer.
Mr. Williams, if I may, should we allow the applicant to say if he would prefer that we defer until he has time?
He has that option, absolutely.
I'll go ahead and defer, and I'll get with
Very well.
county and we'll.
All right, the applicant has elected to defer, so no action is needed from us at this time.
No, y'all should make a motion to defer.
Motion to defer? All right.
If Mr. Palavoda wants to withdraw his motion
I'll
or
withdraw
amendment.
my motion and make a motion that we defer this to the next meeting.
Motion's been made and seconded. For the roll call.
Is that Mr. DeCorda, second? Okay. I'll do a roll just so I have the record. So the motion's to defer action to the May Planning Commission meeting. Mr. Parker?
Affirmative.
Mr. DeCorda? Mr. Palavoda? Mr.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Kendrick?
Aye.
Mr. Maffett? Ms. Flatley?
Aye.
Mr. Myers?
Aye.
Mr. Nicely?
Aye.
And Chair Williams?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
Thank you. All right. Next on our agenda is the resolution for PC 05-25 application Z-2022-00021 Green Energy Ventures rezoning application. Allow them to leave.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm Angela Ferrugi with Bagby Ferrugi Good Pasture, a contractor for King George County, and I'm representing community development this evening to present to you the Green Energy Ventures application. I apologize for the text there. There are 3 requests before you this evening in association with the project, and that includes the rezoning and the application number there, as well as a special exception permit to allow the use of data centers within industrial zone property. And finally, the request to allow more than one entrance onto a highway corridor overlay district roadway. As you can see here is the site here in magenta. Tax maps are 2149, 2149A, 2246A, and 2173. The total size of all 4 of those parcels put together is approximately 356 acres. One of the subject parcels here, 2149A, is already zoned industrial. You can see that in pink, whereas the other 3 are zoned agricultural, limited agricultural, and they're looking to rezone those to industrial. I'm sorry, I should have given a little location here. This is Route 3. We're here at Route 3 at the northwest corner of Route 3 and Bloomsbury Road. So again, there are 3 requests before you this evening. The first one is to rezone with proffers those 3 tax map parcels from A1 to I. They're also voluntarily proffering to subject the 2149A, which is already zoned industrial, to those same proffers if the other 3 are rezoned. From there, that would allow them, if it's rezoned to industrial, to request a special exception permit to allow for data center use within industrial zone property in accordance with our zoning ordinance. And then finally, they're requesting more than one access point to an HCOD, which we'll get into. So we're going to start. I have all 3 in the same presentation, unless you guys object to that.
No, not at all. And I'm going to ask the commission to refrain from all questions until the end of the presentation, please. Thank you.
Very well. So I'll start here with the first request, which is the rezoning request. Again, that's the same information. They're requesting to rezone with proffers those 3 parcels from A1 to industrial and subject the remaining parcel to the same proffers. I got some general information up here. Yeah, it's a lot of text, but this is all included within your staff report as well. Again, the parcels combined are approximately 356 acres in size. The applicant, as part of their voluntary proffer statement, is proposing to give approximately 18 acres of that 356 to King George County and or the Service Authority for our use. The data center use they are proposing will contain approximately 7.2 million square feet. That's the maximum, and that will be developed in phases. The applicant's Green Energy Ventures, the only other new information on this slide is that it is located within the Route 3 West Settlement area, and the zoning around the property is A1, A2, and industrial. The standards and procedures for reviewing a rezoning request are set forth in Article 3 of the zoning ordinance. All of that information is included within your staff report. The industrial regulations require that the minimum lot size of any lot is 10 acres and a minimum lot width of 150 feet. There are also prescribed setbacks within that article as well, 50 feet in the front, 20 feet in the side and the rear. All of the parcels within this application do already conform to those regulations. There we go. Okay, so here you will see, and there's a lot of information on this particular slide, but I wanted to show all the information. This is from the applicant's zoning plan. I have a little bit of a cleaner one on the next slide, but here you will see the 7.2 million square feet of data centers. The yellow buildings here along the front are proposed as 2-story. The kind of pink red ones here are proposed as 3-story. Substations are proposed along here. The 18-acre site being dedicated to the county is up here along Bloomsbury Road. You can also see we have some environmentally sensitive areas. We'll get into that a little bit later. They have performed a wetland delineation. Let's see what other information. They are proposing the access points. So here we are along Route 3. The access points, the main access in and out of the site is, they refer to this as access point 3. We'll talk about that later. And then they have 2 more access points along Route 3. The applicant has conducted a traffic impact analysis and with these entrances, and we'll go into their proposed improvements based on the impacts to the network. They also are proposing 3 access points along Bloomsbury, 2 of which would enter the site that they're dedicating to the county, 1 of which would enter the data center use itself. Let's see, the green on the perimeter on the outside is proposed as open space. And we'll touch on this later, but they do have, interparcel access proposed right here, which is required in accordance with our ordinance when they ask for more than 1 entrance along a highway corridor. Let's see. Next slide. As promised, a slightly cleaner version of the same layout here. Again, there's the main entrance, which they refer to as access point 3, and 2 more entrances here. So I'll leave that there for just a second. I know folks are taking pictures if they want to take a look at that. Okay. The full proposed proffers are within your packet. However, I've tried to summarize them here, but the applicant is proffering quite a bit, so there are a lot of proffers here to go through. I'll try to go through them quickly, and then if you have questions at the end, we can address those then. So the permitted primary use of the property will be a data center and accessory uses, including that 18-acre dedicated site we talked about. They have proffered to generally conform with the zoning plan that I just showed you and construct no more than 7.2 million square feet of data center on that property. They're proposing to develop it in phases. Phase 1 will contain no more than 2.5 million square feet. They are giving themselves the flexibility to subphase by site plans submitted to the county, provided they propose no less than 250,000 square feet per subphase. And phase 2 will construct the remaining data centers not constructed in phase 1, subject to that 7.2 million square foot maximum that they have proffered. The principal transportation access points were those 3 that the 3 I showed you along Route 3, and then the 3 along Bloomsbury. During phase 1 of the project, and again, that's all outlined in their traffic impact study and analyzed, will be accessed by that access point 3 until they perform the phase 2 transportation improvements, which they have proffered. The applicant has agreed to dedicate right-of-way along Bloomsbury Road at 60 foot from center line, and right-of-way along Route 3 at 100 foot from center line. Let's see. So I know it's a lot of information. These are the improvements. These are all the transportation improvements. The blue text here represents what the applicant will do with phase 1, and the green what they will do with phase 2. And again, these came directly out of the traffic impact statement that their consultant performed. So to hit the highlights here, they are proffering to construct a turn lane at Route 3 and that access point 3, which is the main entrance on the site. Also to construct a right turn lane at Route 3 and Bloomsbury. They will submit a traffic signal warrant analysis, which is also called a signal justification report, to both VDOT and the county to determine if signalization is necessary at Route 3 and their full service entrance. One thing that should be noted is that Route 3 is considered an arterial preservation network. So that's what requires this signal justification report be submitted to VDOT. So there is some flexibility. You'll see that written in the proffers, where they also talk about an R-cut design, which is an alternative intersection design, and that is to meet VDOT's arterial preservation network goals and objectives. So again, it gives them the flexibility, but this was closely coordinated with VDOT. So whether they need to do, whether they'll end up doing a signal or an R-cut design, and they will submit alternatives for both of those to see what VDOT will approve and accept. Okay. Then at phase 2, they would proffer to construct a right turn lane at their access points 4 and 5, which are the other 2 access points along Route 3, and to submit a traffic signal warrant analysis for access point 4. Again, with the same kind of caveats I talked about with the R-cut alternative. And I do know that the applicant has that within their presentation to go over the specifics, but I'm happy to answer any questions after they do. And then they have proffered to construct any signal warrant or signalization improvements as determined to be warranted by that warrant analysis. Okay, so that was the transportation section. Moving on to the buildings, so the number, size, the stories, et cetera, locations of the buildings will generally conform to the zoning plan. One item of note here is that the building height they are proffering will not exceed 65 feet for 2-story buildings and 90 feet for 3-story buildings. In accordance with our zoning ordinance as it's currently written, within an industrial zone, they cannot exceed 50 feet based on the setbacks that they have. But it is staff's understanding that at the last board meeting, they proposed an initiating resolution. That was the word I was looking for. I apologize. To allow for that to be considered on the proposed height to be considered on a case-by-case basis. Let's see. Moving on, they have also proffered a construction mitigation plan that will, with each site plan submission, that will address things such as traffic control, the timing of constructions to include coordination with school buses and their travel. They have proffered to set their buildings back at least 200 feet from all public right-of-way. What's required currently is 50, and at least 70 feet from adjacent property lines. They're looking to provide a 50-foot minimum wide buffer along the perimeter of the property with an emphasis on existing vegetation and tree preservation, as well as a security fence of not less than 8 feet in height. In terms of utilities, they are initially allowing that the potable water needs can be served by temporary groundwater wells. The zoning administrator did provide a determination earlier this year, and that's also included in your packet to allow for that. However, in no event shall that groundwater be used for water cooling of the data center equipment. They have further proffered that if Service Authority water becomes available to the property, they will abandon and discontinue the use of those temporary groundwater wells for even the potable water needs, and instead will hook up to the Service Authority water supply. Similarly, with sewer, the project will be served by on-site sewage systems, so private sewer, which will be constructed, operated, and maintained by the applicant until such time that public sewer becomes available to the property. And if and when it does, they will discontinue their use of their on-site sewage private systems and connect to the Service Authority system instead. In terms of environmental, they have proffered to provide a phase 2 archaeological evaluation. They did do a cultural resource site analysis entitled Archaeological Assessment back in September, and they've agreed to comply with all mitigation measures that come out of a phase 2 evaluation of the sites that were identified within that first study. Any historical artifacts that they do find on the property will be maintained either by a county museum or other appropriate recipient as deemed so by the zoning administrator. The applicant will also submit a wetland delineation of the property at the time of site plan, and any disturbance into wetlands, floodplains, RPAs will comply with all laws. The applicant has also been working closely with fire and rescue and will submit an emergency access action plan with each of the site plans. And the items that are going to be included within that emergency action plan have been, like I said, coordinated with Chief Moody and include fire protection, suppression sprinkler systems, fire hydrants, et cetera. And they will do all of that prior to receiving occupancy permit. The applicant has agreed to pay the county $2.1 million to mitigate public safety impacts and further to make monetary contributions to hire and train department personnel to mitigate public safety impacts generated by that project, generally expected not to exceed $100,000. They have also agreed to pay $2 per 100 square feet of data center facilities to mitigate the public safety concern, which will occur at the issuance of the occupancy permit after the first 250,000 square foot of data center. And then it will reoccur annually based on that total amount of square footage of data center. They've also proffered to dedicate that 18-acre site that we talked about earlier, thought to be used for a 50,000 square foot or approximate public safety facility to develop a public park, water treatment facility, or other public uses as determined by the county and/or service authority. From an architectural standpoint, you can see those on sheet 7 of the zoning plan, which is included within your packet. But they're incorporating design techniques to break up the facade of each building so that it doesn't, look like you're looking at blank or unarticulated walls. They're going to incorporate a variety of building materials, and including brick, stone, stucco. Again, so that's not all the same material. They'll utilize altered depths. The main entrance will either project or recess. So again, sort of just to break that up so that it looks nice and architecturally pleasing. The roof design of the data centers will incorporate heat island reduction elements. And as you heard discussed earlier about the noise, they have proffered to meet all noise requirements of, those are just what's required through the zoning ordinance. So they're not exempting themselves in any way from that. Okay. The development is, again, located within the Route 3 West settlement area of our comprehensive plan. And according to the comprehensive plan, this area was created to serve as the industrial hub within the county. Further, one of the key policies under future development and preservation of our comprehensive plan is to, quote, encourage compatible light and heavy industrial development and to limit further residential development. And that same section also states to, quote, industrial development should be limited to the triangle created by Route 3, 665, and 605. From a transportation perspective, our policy is to require right-of-way dedication and on-site roadway improvements in design and development of new land use related projects. And that is how staff came up with the 60-foot from center line for Bloomsbury and the 100-foot from center line of Route 3. That's what's required in accordance with our comprehensive plan, which the applicant agreed to voluntarily proffer. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't click through all that. I apologize. So based on all of this, staff has found that the project is consistent with the comprehensive plan in terms of development type, the location of development, and the transportation policies that we have. So again, we talked a little bit about the traffic impact and that a traffic impact study was performed by the applicant. They're based on full build out of 7.2 million square feet. We're looking at just over 5,700 vehicles per day. The proffers for the right turn lanes, signal warrant analysis, R-cut alternative designs, and right-of-way dedication have been made. Just a summary. Water and sewer, again, as we discussed, they're looking to handle their potable water needs through temporary groundwater wells, no water cooling of the equipment. There was a zoning determination that was issued by the zoning administrator included in your packet. And once water source becomes available, they have proffered to connect. Same thing with sewer. They're using on-site sewage system. And if public sewer becomes available, they are proffering to connect to that. As discussed earlier, an archaeological assessment was performed. Phase 2 archaeological evaluation will be prepared in accordance with those identified sites with any artifacts being given to the county museum. As you noticed, I'm sure earlier, wetlands are present on the northern part of the site. A wetland delineation was performed by T&T Environmental last year. They will submit that delineation at the same time as their initial site plan. Any disturbance would have to be reviewed by the county and regulating authorities and will have to comply with federal, state, and local law. There is an existing access road within the RPA that exists today, and the applicant is proposing to use that for access to one of their substations. A sound study has been performed, and they will continue to perform those sound studies throughout the phase of development and for each site plan. And they have proffered not to exceed our zoning ordinance requirements. To talk a little bit more about the public safety aspect, I know this was discussed with having an aerial ladder truck capable of being able to service heights that exceed that in the zoning ordinance. Chief Moody has determined that if the aerial ladder truck is procured, that will be capable of servicing the proposed building heights within this application. As such, he's requested $2.7 million in the annual budget. If you recall, the applicant has proffered to contribute $2.1 million as well as $100,000 for the training of personnel and $2 per every 100 square foot of data center constructed. If just doing some, so you guys don't have to do the quick math, if the full 7.2 million square feet is developed, that's another $144,000. It should be noted that Chief Moody has informed us that it will take approximately 4 years to procure the aerial ladder truck and 3 months of installation and training. So the recommendation is to get that ordered as soon as possible. The applicant has prepared a fiscal impact analysis as well, and they're estimating over $18 million annually to the county upon full build out. They've also estimated that there will be the equivalent of over 1,200 employees for permanent job placement, with an additional approximately 1,500 indirect and induced impacts, and 19,000 temporary jobs during construction. So that was the rezoning portion. I'm now going to move on to their second request, which is to request a special exception permit if it was rezoned to industrial. And all the same site information, I'm not going to go through all of that again because that all remains the same. So we're only going to talk about the specifics with the special exception permit itself. So again, that special exception permit is contingent upon the approval of the conditional rezoning. If it's not rezoned, they can't get a special exception permit because you need a special exception permit in industrial zone property for a data center. If approved, all the requirements of the data use performance standards, which is 765 of the zoning ordinance, will apply. There are no specific conditions currently imposed on the permit, as it would be duplicative since the application is requiring a rezoning as well. They're all being handled through proffer. Now, we can impose conditions, but staff has not found any above and beyond the proffers. Finally, as we discussed, the applicant's requesting more than one access point to a highway corridor overlay district roadway, which is Route 3, to serve their property here. I know, again, that's a lot of information. That's all within your staff report as well. But these are the specific requirements for the property within overlay districts. Let's see. So again, this is the purpose of a highway corridor overlay district. And in terms of access, this is right out of our zoning ordinance. Any parcel or assembly of parcels having frontage along the HCOD roadway shall be permitted only one direct access to HCOD unless an access plan is submitted to and approved by the Planning Commission for more than one. If you do allow that, it is required that they connect to an adjacent parcel for future or existing, which they do. They have shown that. I'd like to point out that the traffic impact study, like I said, analyzed the three entrances And throughout the process, VDOT's obviously been heavily involved, and just from transportation and traffic engineering principles, condensing everything to one access point is putting a lot more load on that particular entrance and that specific area of Route 3, as opposed to spreading those impacts out along 3 entrances. So again, the study as it was performed assumed all 3 of those entrances and broke the traffic up through those 3 entrances at full build out. I will answer any questions if that was unclear. Yeah, that really just summarizes everything I just said. So again, they are proposing access point 3 here, which will be the main entrance and will serve during phase 1. Then they have access point 4 here, access point 5 there. There's their interparcel access connection, both pedestrian and vehicular, which is required through the zoning ordinance if they're going to request more than one access point on an HCOD roadway. So to summarize, there are 3 requests before you this evening, including the rezoning, the special exception permit, and the more than one access point to an HCOD roadway. And those are the resolutions associated with each. I just wanted to put the layout up there so everyone could have a look at that while I entertain any questions.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So this is what what I'm going to do. We are going to first. I'm going to ask a request for a 10-minute recess. Then we will come back with public comment, and then we will. Then I'll open the floor up for the board. All right. Is that feasible? All right. So can I get a motion?
I move we take a 10-minute recess.
Okay. Motion's been made. If there are any objections, if there are not, we're gonna take a 10-minute recess. You need to do this again. All right, where are our committee members? If you could return your seats, please.
Came around to your, why I didn't second.
Yeah.
Wanted you to know that.
All right. So I'm going to make a slight amendment to what I had said earlier. I failed to take into consideration for the presentation of the special exception. So, so before any public comments, we're going to hear from Resolution PC 06-25 Green Energy Ventures Special Exception. Did she did both? Yes, that's right. That's right.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Let's see. Hang on one sec.
This is just the point, Mr. Williams, where the applicant would give their presentation.
Right. Yes, that's what I wanted to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Vice Chair Flatley and the members of the commission. My name is Hobie Mitchell. I'm the managing partner in Green Energy Ventures, the applicant for this project. Next slide. Just to give you a flavor of all the consultant work that we've been working on, the consultants, a lot of them are here tonight to answer questions if needed. Also, some of my other partners are here in the audience, as well as the Taylor family, who's the property owner that we're working with right now. They've been good partners to work with. Next slide. So there's 4 things that will happen. One is the zoning. You've heard about that from the county staff. The special exception, the access exemption, and then there's a text amendment, which the board initiated a resolution for you all to consider that can allow you to consider things on a case-by-case basis. Next slide. To give you a time element, we first started this back in May of 2022. That was our pre-app. And since then, we've had 8 submissions, resubmissions of the zoning. And then when the zoning ordinance was adopted, we had to do it by special exception. So we've had 5 submissions on the special exception. We've had 2 presentations to this your commission, and we've had multiple community meetings. In fact, sometimes I go door to door knocking on either residents or businesses to make sure they understand. We have a website set up as well, which has got a lot of information that's available to the public. I've sent it out just about everybody I can think of. And if questions come up, I'm glad to answer any of them. So I'm going to go through the presentation. Next slide. So this is about the property development. This is a location of where we're located in conjunction with all the other uses. You see Hop Yard to the right, Oakland Park to the top. You see where the landfill is, the King George Industrial Park where Bluma is, USA, in relationship to the county line. Next slide. So this is the current comprehensive plan for the West Settlement area. You see the dashed blue lines here. This was the West Settlement area prior to you amending it with the AWS rezoning. So originally it was this area. It was expanded to include this back at the end of 2023. So we've always been in the comprehensive plan area. We're not asking for any comprehensive plan changes. Never have, and we don't need to. Next slide. This is sort of a general blob plan, I'll call it, of the development. 7.2 million square feet. Phase 1 is 2.5 million square feet. And that's principally for transportation improvements, which I'll get into later. 18 acres, this area here, will be dedicated to the county. Hopefully for service authority work, we're proposing that a water treatment plant could be constructed there. It works nicely with the interconnection between a couple of the service areas. Substation areas located here and here, and this is the massing area for the data center campus itself. We'll go into the transportation improvements, the details of how we're mitigating visual impacts along 3 and Bloomsbury Road with a lot of enhanced landscaping, and our plan avoids the RPA. We have one crossing, which is an existing driveway to get to a substation, but we really have avoided wetlands. In fact, the wetlands have been delineated and signed off by the Corps. Next slide. Economic impacts. So the development project is in the neighborhood of about $2 billion. That's what's going to be invested into this project. That's on 7.2 million feet. Next slide. So what that means, the construction period, during the construction period, we will have about 16,000 construction jobs that'll be created because of the project. Indirect and then direct. You can see the comparison and values. Next slide. Permanent jobs created is about 1,236, call it 1,230 jobs. Indirect jobs, and we can explain that later in questions, is about 1,440 indirect jobs, and you can see the valuation of those income created from all these jobs that are created. Next slide. The cumulative, this is over a 30-year period. This is from 2027 through 2057. Creates about $560 million a year based on our projections done by Municap to the county over a 30-year period. Almost $19 million a year at build out. It scales up to that as you develop the property. But that's a lot of money. Next slide. We also have proffered for a lump sum of $2.1 million to mitigate, basically, you know, the pay for a hook and ladder truck. We're going to do it at the first building permit so that the chief can order a fire truck right away, a hook and ladder truck. We'll pay up to $100,000 for training. This is probably one of the first critical structures that is in the county. Its critical structures are dealt with differently for fire protection, so we want to make sure they're trained properly. We also are proffering on an annual basis $2 per 100 square feet. As Angela said, that's about $144,000 a year in perpetuity. We also dedicating the 18-acre site to the county for that. We hoped is something related to the service authority. It could be used for something else, but we can get into that later. Next slide. Project improvements. So you saw an illustration. This is really the plan. This is phase 1 improvements. So for reference, this is Route 3. This is Bloomsbury Road. We dedicate right away from the existing, and this is the prescriptive easement road. So we'll dedicate permanently a 60-foot right-of-way along here, and then we'll expand this to 100-foot if necessary from the center line for a 100-foot right-of-way. So you get about 200 feet of right-of-way for Route 3. So one of the first improvements, this has always been a VDOT project that's been designed but never funded. This is a safety area that's important for Bloomsbury and Route 3. A lot of the industrial traffic already uses that. So one of the first things we're going to do is do all these improvements in the first phase at entrance 1 and 2, and we'll do a signal justification report. And if it says it needs a signal, we put it in. And we'll do this 3 times, one at phase 1, phase 2, and then one at build out. We really believe that that signal will be necessary. The other thing is at entrance 3, which is our main entrance. And one of the things we also heard was you don't want another traffic signal on Route 3. So we worked on a design with VDOT and the county to do what's called an R-curve design. And so what it does, you can see the detail, it eliminates the traffic movements and safety where you can cross over and do U-turn movements in conjunction with some of the others. So it eliminates the traffic signal. VDOT has, you know, signed off on it, but it's subject to engineering and we'll see how that works. If it doesn't work, then we'll eventually have to put a traffic signal in, but we want to eliminate a traffic signal along Route 3. Next slide. This is phase 2. So again, it's really doing another signal report, doing some additional turn lanes. Most of all the improvements here can happen within the existing right-of-way. And of course, we'll do more improvements down here for a later phase. And one thing I didn't mention, but the improvements that go in this entrance here, including anything over in a dedicated parcel, would happen in phase 1. Frankly, most of this might be done in phase 1 anyway, because we'll need that for access for construction activities. And then once the buildings are started to occupy, we'll need that second place because it's a secure campus. Next slide. So one of the other things we heard a lot about is what is this going to look like from the road? So the ordinance right now requires what's called a type C buffer. Now we have a berm here, but you don't have to do a berm by the ordinance. So what we decide, and this is the landscaping requirement, this is per 100 feet. So what we decided to do is not only create a 12-foot berm, but also enhance the landscaping itself. But then on top of that, because we heard a question, well, what does it look like when you plant it? So we said, we got it. So we proffered to increase the caliber of the landscaping material. So we actually are starting to look for landscaping and talking to some of the businesses about providing, we got a lot of landscaping. We got 8,000 linear feet of frontage. So we got millions of dollars of landscaping. So we proffered to this. So at 5 years, this is about the height that you're going to see the material. It's roughly 22% of this landscaping is evergreens. And we're trying to figure out native species that'll do well here. Like Lelands don't do well because they got bagworms. So we're exploring other opportunities that are native here. Next slide. So we looked at the cross section and kind of determined what does the existing ordinance say. So right, and we looked at that from the neighbors across the street, and we did 2 studies. One, there was houses that were about 94 feet from the right of way, and we had some that were 50 feet. We had some, questions about that, so we said, yeah, we'll add it for the houses are closer. So from the right of way, this is the right of way line. Your current ordinance requires a 50-foot landscape buffer and then a 50-foot yard buffer. That's a 35-foot tall building. So from across the street, the sight line, you're going to see the building. That's under the ordinance. You can go up to 50 feet, but you have to increase the setback by additional 1-to-1, so you're 50 feet plus 65. So from across the street, you're going to see even more of a building at 50 feet. These are 1-stories. So what we did, and that's without berms. So what we've done here, within this 50 feet, we have bermed it, landscaped it. We put some split rail fences and some other landscaping materials. But we also added an additional setback. So this is now 200 feet instead of 115 feet. And from there, when you look across the street, you barely see the building at a 5-year growth. Probably 10, 20 years, you probably won't see much of that building. So we looked at it next slide. I thought I was missing a slide. Anyway, we did it again at 50 feet, and it's about the same visual impact. So between 50, because the sight line is about the same. In fact, it's probably more here than it is. At 50 feet, you see less than you did the other way. So next slide. So we rendered it to see what does it look like at 5-year growth based on the landscaping and the other things from across the street from the main entrance with the buildings behind it as we've located. So this is the visual impact of what we did rendering it at the main entrance across the street. Next slide. We then looked at it, what does it look like from the house across the street? Whether it's 94 feet or 50 foot from the right of way. And based on a 5-year growth or landscaping, this is what we think you'll see at 5-year growth. At 10 years or 20 years, you'll probably not see the building with the mix of materials we're providing. Next slide. This is what we see for Bloomsbury Road, same landscaping. Now over here is principally, you don't have a lot of data centers, a majority of it, because majority of this is really the 18-acre site you're dedicating to the county. And then you've got this over here, but that's the visual of what that'll look like on Bloomsbury, which will stay as a 2-lane road. And we're dedicating 60 foot of right-of-way from the existing center line of a prescriptive easement road. Next slide. So we're proffering, or we're just complying with the noise ordinance. We will do annual inspections, or what we agree to make sure we comply. If we don't comply, then we get shut down. So it's important that we design the buildings to comply with the 60 daytime, 55 night. Next slide. This is an overall, kind of talks about the overall plan. You saw some of that in the earlier presentation. 2-story buildings along Route 3 and the joists, and 3 stories in between, and the 4 substations. We've been working with Dominion for 2 years now. So we're in the design phase of substations. We've already committed to a lot of money for the design side of it because it takes time to get power. So we're 2 years into the process almost. And you can see this is where the 45-acre nursery building is located. This is the industrial park. And then all the berms we're talking about is here on Route 3. Next slide. So that's our presentation. You heard a lot already from Angela, and we're open to questions and or whatever process you'd like to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. All right, at this time, I am going to open the floor for public comment. Now, as I look at these sign-up sheets, I'm seeing the names of individuals essentially on both. And these projects, they're essentially one and the same. So if in any way that you can implement your comments for both, and again, they're one and the same, for the sake of time, again, we have a midnight cutoff, I do believe. So we're here to midnight if need be, but at midnight, it's Cinderella. It's lights out. So I will ask that that you limit your comments to 3 minutes per person. That's so we can afford everyone who wants to speak an opportunity to speak. Also, I'll be remiss if I didn't say that I didn't recognize the group of individuals who are here. They're all in blue shirts. And if you wish, again, we don't want to take any opportunity of anyone who wants to speak. However, if you have a representative who wants to speak for the group of you, we will make note of that individual and note the number of people in which he or she are representing. Is that Kelly? Is that okay? Is that something we can do?
They can speak as a group.
All right. Very well. Okay. And then one last thing I will request is that we grant all citizens of King George the opportunity to go first, and then anyone who lives outside of the county will then have the opportunity to speak.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just wanted to make sure that this is the public hearing for the rezoning case first.
Yes. So let me read that. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so this is a public hearing for comment on resolution PC 05-25 Green Energy Ventures rezoning. Public hearing, as again, it is open. Now the public hearing section is now open. Please limit your Speaking points to 3 minutes. And when you do present, please present your name and your address as to where you reside. First on the list I have is Miss Anna Marie Lovell, if she's still here.
Hi, my name is Anna. My name is Anna Maria Lobo.
If you can pull your mic down, there you go. There you go. Pull it all the way down. There you go. There you go.
Thank you. My name is Anna Maria Lobo, and I live in Presidential Lakes. I want to thank you for your service to the community, and I know this job is very hard. By asking you to make the right decisions for the county. Now we talk about data centers, solar panels, lithium batteries. Rezoning from agriculture to industrial, are these things really what is best for the county? You probably think about more tax revenue for King George, but I am going to tell you the industrial activities can lead to pollution, loss of habitat, and increased water consumption and potential harm to the environment. Converting farmlands can reduce the region's food production and negatively impacting the local farmers. For this reason, I want you to think very clear about what you're doing to King George. We don't want to become Fredericksburg or Northern Virginia. We want to remain rural King George. And another thing, you remember the Dominion Energy put Birchwood out of business. Supposed to be until 2056, the contract by Dominion Energy put Birchwood out of business. Also, you have to understand the impact will do the traffic. I live right there in Route 3, between 301, 205, 206, and the traffic is already really bad. About that, also, you're going to spend more water, more sewage, if we have in King George problem with the water. I appreciate it if you think about it. Really, I want you to think about what you're doing to King George. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Next on the sign-up list, we have Miss Debbie Fairfax. Good evening, Ms. Fairfax.
Hi. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. My name is Debbie Fairfax, and I live in the James Madison district. I just have a few. First of all, I would like to commend them for actually having a proposal that is more complete than the last data center campus, which I spoke at. I will commend them on that. However, there are a few questions that I have. First of all, who is the end user? King George should be aware of who the end user of this project is. It was seemingly indicated at the Hop Yard meeting that there was no identified end user and that GEV would not be remaining in some sort of managerial capacity. So who are we being left to deal with in King George? I'm not really convinced that they would have invested this much time and energy and money without a fish on the hook. So I'd like to know what fish that is. Additionally, I would like to know where the high voltage power lines are going to be run. The Birchwood application showed those clearly, and therefore we were able to ascertain what impact that would be to residents who live nearby. Additionally, I'd like to ask if the Planning Commission is able to vote on a proposal with proffers that exceed the zoning limits. Is that something we can even do for the building heights? Furthermore, the diagrams showed 5-year growth at 50 feet. I don't think I saw a clear description of what it was going to look like when the buildings went up before the growth was in place for the highest height that they proffered. Additionally, Chief Moody indicated 4 years before ordering and receiving the ladder truck, and I thought that what I read said they would get the money at the occupancy permit. I heard building permit, but if we, I'm just trying to figure out what we do if we have occupied buildings and no ladder truck that can reach the top floor. Additionally, water. There's one King George straw in the Rappahannock, which is permitted for 6 million gallons per day. It's currently leased to a private entity. The original MOU had King George potentially, with some legalese exceptions, able to receive 600,000 gallons per day of untreated water. That same MOU says we can't sell the water to another corporation. I think there are a lot of details that we need to look into here. DEQ is requiring all of King George to move to surface water, And from my understanding, 600,000 gallons per day is not enough to meet King George's current needs. Pages 6 and 7 of the application speaks to temporary ground wells, which means the applicant has placed in writing the understanding that it expects to hook on to municipal water in the future. I wouldn't want to disenfranchise them if that's not a likely happenstance. Again, page 6 and 7 also says they will not use water cooling unless and until the project is connected to the King George County Service Authority. And can we accommodate water for this many buildings and over 500,000 traffic trips? Finally, I'll speak later on the separate issue of the number of entrances. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Fairfax. Next, Mr. Todd Fairfax.
Todd Fairfax, Kings Highway, James Madison District. Mr. Chair and Planning Commissioners, good evening. As you are certainly aware, the first listed goal of the current comp plan is to, quote, preserve the rural characteristics of King George County, unquote. The data center campus proposed this evening moves the county away from that goal, not closer. I understand and appreciate the current property owner's desire to sell their property and the contract purchaser's desire to develop the property for financial gain. Please also remember the current King George citizen residents living across the roads from the proposed site. You have an obligation to them as it pertains to that first listed goal in the comp plan. This proposal can significantly impact their rural viewshed and their peace and quiet. I suspect none of them want any part of it. Completely understandable, and I agree. Many years ago, a man wrote that in everything you do, only do to other people what you would want done to you. I think you'd all agree that this is an excellent saying and an excellent rule we should live by. I hope you intend to do just that this evening as it pertains. I see two problems with this proposal. I hope you agree. And I hope the applicant would also agree, as I understand they want to and intend to be a good neighbor. I've heard them say so. I hope they'll hear these two problems and proffer changes accordingly. First, the view shed. A 12-foot berm with a variety of shrubs and large deciduous, ornamental, and evergreen trees is certainly better than no berm at all while staring at naked industrial buildings across the road. But the applicant can do more to preserve the rural view shed of the citizen residents living across the roads. Increase the berm height to 20 feet, maybe 25 feet. This will raise the rural view shed sight lines so that less or even no part of the industrial buildings are visible early on in the development from the yards and the first and second floor of the homes across the street. This is part of being a good neighbor. Second, the noise level. You have met the letter of the ordinance. Thank you. Now will you meet the spirit of it? And in the spirit of being a good neighbor, please match the proffered sound levels from a neighboring locality. I think you can do even better than what you've proffered. Aim for 55 dBA daytime and 50 dBA nighttime. Residents should be able to enjoy the inside of their homes and activities in their yards in peace and quiet. This is also being a good neighbor. And for everyone's reference, the air-cooled Amazon data centers neighboring Great Oak subdivision of Manassas are still making too much noise for the residents to enjoy their homes and yards, even after years of negotiation and attempts at remediation. Please remember, if you don't want it done to you, please don't do it to someone else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fairfax. Next is Mr. Bill, I think it's Hire. Mr. Hire, you're up.
Good evening. My name is Bill Hire. I live in Hop Yard Farms. I've been living in the county for approximately 7 years now. And one of the reasons I'm living in the county is because I wanted to get the heck away from Fredericksburg. This is a place that has the open feel. It's the agricultural feel. It's comfortable. It's nice. It's nice to bring my 5 grandchildren here and see this. This data center is not going to help us with that look. It's not going to make it work for us. That's just the appearance part. My big issue here is that right now, the way I see this county, our infrastructure is horrible. It is constantly it's not working. There's a lot of issues with our infrastructure. The King George Service Authority messed up so bad to the point of $36 million that we are paying for as residents in assessment fees This is hurting us. You're talking about a center that's going to bring in massive amount of water because they are going to tap into our water. You know it, I know it, it's going to happen eventually. They are going to tap into our water and it's going to make it harder for us to have what we have now. We already have low water pressure in Hop Yard. It's not going to get better. The power, we lose power a lot. I just don't, I understand that they're working on with Dominion Power and they're trying to come up with all kinds of good things to make this work, but we're at the bottom of that line. We lose power, what do we have? I have to buy a generator in my house now so that I have to worry about the big draw from this data center. It makes no sense. I think you're hurting us in that way. I understand that residential services is hurt. It costs us money to have residential services. The business brings more tax revenue in. It does not help us as a big picture of things. My friend that's with me, he's one of my neighbors. He's saying the same thing. He's like, well, where are we pulling the water from? Rappahannock has a lot of problems as it is. We're trying to keep the Rappahannock clean. If we're going to pull the water from Rappahannock, there's going to be dirty water that's going into it. I don't care how much we try to clean it, it's still going to have dirty water going into it. This is not helping our community. All I ask is that you look at that and realize people like myself, we moved here to get away from this, not to bring it into here. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right. Next, I think it's Francis Francisco. Hello, sir. Very well, sir. I'm not even going to try.
But my apologies, I'm not prepared to talk. I just put my name in there. I thought everybody had to sign.
Yeah.
But after I hear something,
Sir, if you could say where you're from.
I'm right across the street from them on 4089 Kings Highway.
Very well, thank you.
And I was not prepared to talk, but I just signed up. I thought everybody had to sign. But after I hear the gentleman right behind me say that he went to everybody around, knock doors, I'm right across the street. I never see anybody knock on my door and ask me anything or say. I don't even knew about this project until a couple of weeks ago that they put the signs on it. And so that's a red flag. I mean, he said something that I don't think he did, at least on my house. And I'm concerned about what they're gonna do with all these. You know, when it rains, we have a creek that's connected to that property, connected to our property. One of my neighbors also concerned about where all this water, after the paving and all that things, if they go to the creek or they're gonna go to the other side. I was riding my horses today, and because it rained a couple of days, yesterday, the creek is already full, and there's a lot of water, and I cannot even imagine when we pave all that area and that go to the creeks without filtration on the farm area, what it's going to do to that, and also the chemicals and that they, I was there today and my horses were drinking that water and all that, and what is going to be the impact. So I would want you guys to take in consideration on that part too and make it a good study to see, what's going to be all the chemicals and all that to the creek. And the view also, we have beautiful view every evening, the sunset with all that thing's going to be covered now. We're not going to have it any longer, So just thinking about us. And it's big red flag that he said he went to and knocked doors and he never did. So take that consideration for if somebody lying to us or no, be honest enough. Okay? That's it.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Richard Richardson. It's hard to read this. Of Colonial Way. Richard.
Mr. Chairman,
Good evening, sir.
Commission.
Yeah.
Richard Dixon, 112 Colony Way, Montrose, Virginia. Nice to meet you all, neighbors. 28-year member of the IBEW. This plant, if it went up, the data center, it would be the closest job I would have ever had to my home. It would sure be nice to be able to employ a whole lot of people there. That's about all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next we have Justin Clark, I do believe. Justin Clark.
This should be relatively short. I don't have anything prepared, but I just wanted to say I'm 17, about to be out of high school, and I think this is an excellent opportunity for a lot of people in this area and around this area. Oh, awesome. I'm from Richmond County, but I think that this would be an excellent opportunity for a lot of people in this area and around this area. I could continue to support my community and my family and stay relatively close while pursuing the trade.
Thank you. Next we have Joe Dabbs.
Good evening, Council. My name's Joe Dabbs. I'm the business manager of IBW Local 26. So what that really means is I'm elected just like everybody else sitting up there. And I represent 12,000 electrical workers. We build data centers. I've been in the trade for 44 years. And I think what you'll hear from the folks that are local, I'm not, I'm from Frederick County, Maryland. I just spoke at another one of these a few weeks ago, is they're looking, you know, to build first-class data centers and work close to home so they can get back home a lot quicker than when they have to commute, spend time with their families and be involved in the community and coach Little League and things like that. So the presentation that we saw tonight, I can tell you I've been to a lot of these. Best presentation I've ever saw. They're taking a lot of steps to mitigate the sight lines, the potable water. You know, it sounds like to me it's just a well for water for, you know, drinking water, washing your hands in the buildings. So also it sounds like from the presentation, the cooling is a closed loop system. So they're not drawing water from ground sources or somewhere else. The noise always comes up. There's lots of reports from that have been done over the years. I'm sure you guys have access to that. The engineers have, they've made a lot of course correction over the last 30 years to mitigate the sound. They changed the styles of blades on cooling towers and the pitch and all that. So with the setbacks, the berms, the trees, gosh, you're probably not going to hear much noise at all. So I think they did a really, really good job, and they certainly involved a lot of people to address a lot of issues, the most that I've seen at any of these presentations. So we're just trying to keep our folks working, keep them close to home. They're the best craftsmen you'll ever see. So we're best in class, and thank you for your time. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Dobbs. Next, we have Michael, I think it's Song or Sing, I'm not sure. Of Joshua Tree Circle. No? Yeah. All right, next is Nick. I think it's good. Say that again. Oakback. All right.
My name's Nick Colkerback. Currently, I live at 171 Poplar Road. I lived in King George for about 5 years. I've been in the local for 17 years. I moved out of King George because I could not find a job in this area. I always had to travel north.
I'm sorry, so you said Poplar Road?
Yes, Poplar Road.
In Stafford and
Fredericksburg.
Thank you.
It's Stafford County. Yep. I currently own a property in Montrose, and I plan to be moving to there. Hopefully, that'll be my permanent home. Who knows? But anyhow, this data center would really help myself and a lot of my brothers, and obviously people after that, to be able to not have to travel outside King George County. I love King George County. Like people have said, there are issues with the service authority. I have lived here. I know that. But that does not get put on a industrial project. That area is slated for industrial. So why should that area pay for the county issues? I'm kind of speaking out of, I don't have anything prepared, but if that area is slated for industrial, why should people say no to anything? A iron place could go there. Steel factory, currently it's the landfill, which is the only place that the county gets revenue from right now, which is absolutely terrible. Anyway, I think that if you would allow the data center to come to the county, it would really help the residents, people in the area, and people to actually enjoy their lives that live in this county and nearby. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is Tara Guttridge.
Hi there, my name is Tara Guttridge. I'm from 5207 Heritage Drive in King George. At the time of employment, I was traveling 2.5 hours to work all the way out in Ashburn and about 3.5 to 4 hours home. I have a 9-year-old and a 6-year-old at home, and that commute was taking time away from my family. So to bring this data center into King George would really keep me close to home, so I'm not losing time with my children while they are growing up. They do miss me. They don't get to see me all that often. So I really would wish that you take this into consideration for my brothers and sisters in the IBEW, that we stay close to home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Justin Green.
How y'all doing this evening? I'm Justin Green, 3498 Kings Highway, King George, Virginia. I'm addressing you, the Planning Commission, in regard to the Green Energy Ventures project that is up for approval. This project will be in direct view from the front yard of my home. I am the neighbor across the street. The effects of the lighting, or my concerns are as follows. The effects of the lighting for the data centers or parking lot areas at night, and if that lighting will be shining towards my home, disturbing my family, and the projected noise these data centers will have once complete, along with the extreme amount of added traffic that this project will impose on this section of Route 3 that is already accident prone. I already have had speeding vehicles overturn in my yard, rolling end over end in the middle of the day, and have to worry about the safety of my family in our own yard, minus the added traffic that this project will cause alone in the first phase. I have read numerous articles that reference nearby homeowners living by already established data centers complain of the constant humming noise from the buildings. I feel this project will make enjoying our homes and quality of life more difficult due to the hearing constant noises in the data centers, whether during day or night or at night. I please ask all of you to truly consider this proposal and put yourselves in the shoes of being a homeowner who will be negatively affected by having a project of this size not only in your front yard, but that will possibly cause safety, noise, and quality of life issues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next is Mercedes Stevens.
Good evening, Chair Williams, Vice Chair Flatley, and members of the Commission. My name is Mercedes Stevens from the James Monroe District. I am a King George High School junior that is part of the Chesapeake Bay Governor's School of Marine and Environmental Science. There are several pros and cons associated with data centers. They help boost the economy by bringing in jobs, tax revenues, capital investments. They are also essential for the daily use of digital services, websites, cloud-based programs, and electrical applications. All rely on data centers. But with every good thing, there is also bad. Data centers are ranked top 10 in water consumption for industrial and commercial purposes. This is due to the large amount of water withdrawn from natural sources and dumped back out. The wastewater discharge can introduce various contaminants such as chemicals, heavy metals, and many others if not treated properly. This wastewater can degrade the quality of local water bodies, posing risks to ecosystems and human health. These pollutants can harm aquatic life, disrupt ecosystems, and reduce biodiversity. It can also lead to soil degradation due to the pollutants seeping into the ground and affecting soil quality and agricultural productivity. That last part should stand out considering the land it was on used to be a farm and there are several in the surrounding area that so it could potentially harm the surrounding farms. Climate change is already affecting water scarcity, but when you add in the amount of water used by data centers, it creates an even larger issue. They also use a lot of energy to operate. One data center campus can use more power than is generated by a large nuclear reactor, which can put strain on the local power grids, making prices higher. Not to mention that in order to meet the demand, we as a state would have to build more fossil fuel plants, which release carbon dioxide, a greenhouse gas that contributes to climate change. Continuing on with air pollution, the backup generators also run on diesel fuels, which also release carbon dioxide. In addition to air, water, and soil pollution, it can create and aid in noise pollution. Data centers give off a loud humming noise. It can be quite the annoyance and the problem is hard to solve. The houses that live right across the street would have to deal with that constant humming, along with animals in the surrounding area, such as the horses next door or wild animals. Overall, data centers can have a large impact on the environment that I feel is not properly being advocated for or taken into consideration. It is our job, my generation's job, to advocate for our environment so that we are not left cleaning up the mess from previous generations. I implore you to take these environmental impacts into consideration, not just for the good environment, but for the good of the community members. I'd also like to point out that Virginia is already #1 in the world, not the US, not the continent, the world, for data centers, with 250 already in Northern Virginia. And we are home to the largest estuary in North America, the Chesapeake Bay. And these data centers will have a lasting impact on the bay, and I don't want it to have any more than it already does. That is all.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Mr. James Shaw.
James Shaw, James Monroe District, columnist, Northern Next Sentinel, citizen journalist, kgmedia.top, speaking as a taxpayer, a little bit of EDA, Economic Development Authority interest also. Wrote these comments before Mr. Williams here. You'll get it here. We have a landfill in this county that is like Cinderella's carriage that will be turning into a pumpkin shortly. And so we have people looking out for various ways in which to offset that loss. We don't want the smelly and now noisy landfill to continue. So we have to look for alternatives and creative ones, and data centers is one of those. There are a certain amount of limitations by just only having 3 sites, which is kind of what's lining up right now. We have the one that's kind of half approved, and then we have this one, and then another one in the works. The third one will be within 0.9 miles of my house, and so this is not one of those NIMBY kinds of things. The income tax stream will come to an end, and so what do? You come up with these kind of alternatives. You're looking for something very dense, something that generates a lot of tax revenue in a small surface area, and data centers is about the best you can do. And so, let's see. The GEV project does meet the criterion of what we're generally looking for as a county. I'm very much a supporter of regenerative farming methods, and so I see this in the big picture, not necessarily looking only at a very small 0.8% of the land of the county. It's in an industrial area. That map was very good that was shown earlier, and so as a result of that, taking that portion of the larger area and turning that into all industrial will be a good thing, unifying the whole and preparing us for the future. That's the place for that kind of stuff. That's where it will start and end, and I look forward to the progress on this in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. So I'm going to continue on with the other resolution. Yeah, do we need to close this one first, or can we combine them?
Mr. Chairman, if once they're finished speaking on this rezoning, then you can close that and open the second one. But there may be people who still wish to speak, even though they didn't sign up.
Yeah, this is true. So that's the end of those who had signed up. Now the floor is open for the exception, special exception.
I was after Todd Fairfax's name.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. That is. Yeah, different form. Yeah. So I apologize. So we just went up the exception public list here. It advises the rezoning. Yeah. So I'll open this list. You'll get your opportunity, ma'am, with this rezoning. This was the special exception. But I'm gonna finish this one up. Is there anyone who didn't sign up who wants to speak on the special exception at this point?
I think that this is the public hearing. We have to go.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I understood correctly, you opened public comment on the rezoning application, and I would just suggest that you may ask if there's anyone who wants to speak on the rezoning application.
Very well.
To go ahead and speak, and then you'll be covered.
Come on.
I'll make it quick. I want to thank you all for all that you do. My name is Tootie Moncure. I live in James Madison, across Route 3 from the area. My neighbor property is very vulnerable, and I just wanted to say that my husband and I moved here several years ago because it was a unique area, and what caught our attention was the goals of the comprehensive plan. Number one was to preserve the rural characteristics of King George County, and like Taylor Whitaker said, it's a real gem, and I would hate to find outsiders come in mining all those gems. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, I think Mr. Scott Shaw, I don't think I've called your name.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing what I have to say. I'm a resident of King George County. I live on 10451 Edge Hill Lane. I am a union member, and I, just like many of the other local members, basically spend about 4 hours a day driving to DC to try to get anything close to home, and sometimes that gets even worse. We have a lot of people between Southern Maryland and the Northern Neck that live in this area and would love to be able to come here to work. I understand a lot of the concerns. I've been here for 6 years, and I understand a lot of the concerns of a lot of the people, but being in the industry as well, I also understand that, the data centers have a tendency to cause a lot of uproar because of noise, because of things like that. They're putting in a lot of mitigation for a lot of the noise, and it's better than a lot of the places that I've seen that have had the same situation. My mother worked for the EPA in ground and drinking water, and she went into a lot of these things with when data centers started becoming a more popular thing. There are a lot of environmental laws in place, and these people are held to very strict accountability to those laws for that. And that's something that they're going to have to honor. And as far as the location of it and everything being right off the edge of Route 3, that landfill has trash haulers running 24 hours a day, making the loop around Route 3, up 301, and 90, back down 95. Those trucks are not going to be any more, that sound of those trucks is going to be no different than what it is now for the construction on that site. Yes, it's going to cause a little bit of a hiccup in traffic, but at the same time, we all know that the traffic around here can change in an instant. I would say that it would be a good thing for the county to at least continue to look at this and move forward on it. It would help a lot of the residents of this area. Once the data center is complete, your traffic is not going to be as great as it is going to be during the construction, so it's temporary like everything else is. So that's all I really have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next is Mr. Tom Clark.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Tom Clark. I'm with the IBW Local 26. I live in Hanover, Maryland. I'm here with some of our brothers and sisters who the blue shirts are dwindling down because it's getting late, and these alarms go off at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning because our King George residents have to go elsewhere for work. These jobs, this is 2025, and data centers are a necessity because of the cell phones we have. All the parents and the grandparents, they want to see their little loved ones playing t-ball or gymnastics. It's just the world we're in today. So, but I want to tell you a little story. How about a story about a young person, a young woman, young man at King George High School deciding what to do? They could go through an apprenticeship, 4 years, and come out and make, I don't even want to say over 100,000 because it's well over $100,000 a year. They can make that money. They can have health benefits. They can have an annuity and a defined pension, which is a thing of the past, a defined pension. And this is a great story for your residents. And this is what it can happen. We have retirees here today from Local 26 that live here in King George County, and they are not a financial burden on you because they have a defined pension. They are not going to your hospitals because they don't have health care. They have the health care. They will not be a burden on you. And this is a good product for you and for your youth. So I say, these are great jobs, and that's what we're about. We are about work, and we have citizens here that want to work here in King George. And I appreciate your time, and I ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Mr. Andrew Mason.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, my name is Andrew Mason. I reside at 7199 Indiantown Road here in King George. Just had a couple of things. I'm also a member of IBEW Local 26, but I chose not to wear the shirt because I'm a resident here in King George County. So I wanted to speak as a resident here. A couple of things I want to kind of dispel in a sense. One was about when I got here 20 years ago, and I've been here 21 years now. There was no Walmart. There was no two-lane road coming across the Nice Bridge. And when I came to some of these meetings then, I'm hearing the same things now that I heard then. We want to preserve the county. We want to still remain rural, but at the same time, we want the conveniences. We want the tax breaks. We want all the things that come with not having to pay high taxes. What I will say to my fellow residents here of King George County, And what I will say to the board is that development's not bad if it's done smartly. We don't want to have development that's not done in a meaningful way, in which we're not thinking about the things that we do. These data centers, and I've been building, the young lady spoke here earlier about this being the largest area for data centers. There's a reason why, because MCI WorldCom in Loudoun County was there 25, 26 years ago. And them putting fiber there drew this area to the hub. Why am I saying that? Data centers are going to exist. Why not capitalize in a meaningful way on them here? It's going to inconvenience some people. I've been here 21 years, like I said. My neighbor across the street from me, who owns God knows how many acres, they just clear cut it. My viewpoint changed. When I got here some time ago, I thought I forever and away was going to be able to see those trees, see that trail, but that view has changed for me. The reason why I'm saying that, we're going to have some county members here who are going to be upset. There are going to be some people here that aren't going to have the same viewpoints when they got here. And for that, I'm not going to say I'm sorry, but what I am going to say is that I empathize with that. That's just being real. But at the same time, we're not going to hold the county stagnant because we don't want to move forward. We have to do it in a smart way. We have to do it in a way in which it means something to not just one or two, but everyone here. Not everyone's going to feel comfortable. Not everyone's going to get a happy ending. But at the end of the day, you guys have the responsibility for making sure that we have the things that we need here in the county and that we progress in a meaningful way. Building those data centers in the area in which they're being projected and not spread all over like in Loudoun or Manassas is a beautiful way to do it. Again, the data centers that were being built 15, 20 years ago are not the ones that are being built now. All right, so the data that we may have about some noise, and I'm not saying there's not going to be any, is not as much as it was 10 or 15 years ago. All right, so again, data centers that might have been built back then are much different now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. There was a gentleman who's been patiently waiting. Come on up, sir.
Marcel Iverbrook. I'm the owner of Horty Group. We employ quite a few people. I'm actually wondering if I can borrow your slide. There's a perfect slide in there. Is there a way you can pull up that presentation? The one that he made earlier. There's like anyway. We employ a lot of people. We own a greenhouse in King George, about 200 feet from the proposed development. Go down to where the 27. So the only white piece in the whole picture, that's us. And I concur with the gentleman over here that confirmed that no one ever come talk to us, even though this plan has apparently been going on for well over 3 years. So yes, that was not accurate. What says Bloomia USA is actually one of my tenants. We are the owner of the facility, Horty Group. And within, at this site, we employ about 250 people. So first thing I'd like to address is we have about 1,000 acres of industrial land here that's vacant. So do we really need 350 more to be left vacant? That's some of the best farmland that exists in this county. This is an agricultural county. The industrial park has been more or less vacant for who knows how long, 20 years. There's all of 2 companies that do something, including us. So if approved and if built, we will no longer exist. That I will guarantee you. So couple things. Power, there's no power. 1,200 megawatts of power is needed for this thing. Birchwood was 250. Okay, so where is this power going to come from? Who knows? But it's going to cost money. The way this works, Dominion Power makes a calculation how much it is, and guess who pays for that? Ratepayers. Not the developer, not the landowner, ratepayers. All of us here, so congratulations. So I would like to see, or I would implore the members of this board to see not an assessment from the developer that they spend a lot of money. I'd like to see a letter from Dominion Power assessing this project, what it's going to cost, when it's going to be done, what eminent domain is going to be used to come across my property right to the, or whatever, and what the impact of rates are is going to be to all of us. So, because they're not paying for it, we will be paying for it. Number two.
Sir, your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
Can I submit these additional facts for?
You can bring them in. Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes. Yes.
Emails it.
Yeah.
I'll email it out.
Yeah. We'll get it sent. Okay. Very well. Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else? Yes, sir.
All right, my name's Chuck Kleins. I am also the property right across the street. Literally the entrance on Bloomsbury Road, the 100 acres, that's me. Okay. I'm unprepared because again, as all my neighbors, I've just heard about this when the signs went out. I did call and the first thing they told me is this has been going on for 2 years. Nobody's bothered to reach out to us. So I'm firing from the hip here tonight. I'm not really prepared. I'll be really prepared for the next one. My biggest concerns is Birchwood Creek. Right now, when it rains, even slightly, that creek is dangerous. It raises from a few inches to 5, 6 feet. Sometimes, and when it rains hard, it gets even bigger. So now we're looking at, I'm looking at the footprint of this place, and 1,200 employees is going to need a lot of parking places. Where's all that water running to? Is there additional places? It's not going to go across 301 or across 3. It's going to run into that creek. 100% of that water runs through the property. I am actually in the process. I own the property. We are in the process of moving here. My daughter just applied for a permit to build a house. My wife and I are going to be building a house within the next couple of years. And I'm concerned about the water running through there. The views, obviously, from Bloomsbury, we see these berms and stuff. Everything's from 301 or from Route 3. I don't really see anything from Bloomsbury. I'm concerned about that. The entrance in Bloomsbury, 1,200 employees, are they all going in from Route 3 or are they gonna, how many is coming in from the entrance at Bloomsbury, which literally will be right at my driveway? Let's see what else we got. The environmental impact, traffic is a big concern. And a little background, I've been in construction my whole life. HVAC. I've never had an issue. Everybody that works in the construction around here has to travel. This project is going to last for what, 5 years, 6 years? When it's over, you're back to traveling again. There's plenty of work around here. I don't understand, why this is a big push for. I guess what I need to know from the county is, what's the direction the county's going? Is this staying rural? Am I making a mistake by moving my family here? Or is it turning into commercial and industrial? Because I literally am across the street. When we have the next hearing, I'll be a lot more prepared. All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you, sir. Is there any other? Sir, I think I think this gentleman was coming up, but go ahead. You're there. You're there. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Darren Colomb, 11371 Bloomsbury Road. Here in King George, directly across the street from the project. We bought our house 8 years ago because of the setting, beautiful farmlands, and now you're going to turn it into industrial. Less than 3 miles from the county line. If that's, you know, the picture you want to present is industrial, that's going to hit the nail on the head. I saw nothing in the proffers where they offered any consideration to the local properties for what might happen to our well water once you start disturbing the land, and what could potentially happen to our septic systems. You all know that we're running off of wells and septics over there, so I'd just like that to be part of your consideration also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Williams. I just wanted to give the residents a chance to speak. I live in Alexandria, Virginia, and I work for the IBW Local 26. And I just like to talk about the workforce development. So there's going to be 19 buildings there. So we know that on average, we have 30 members working in every completed building doing maintenance work for 6 or 7 different contractors on any given day. So that's almost 600 jobs that aren't part of those permanent jobs, because those jobs are who work for the end user. So they don't count the contractors. Also, I just, we're 45% of the construction of a data center. So with those numbers up there, that would be over 800 electrical jobs per year for 10 years. The project's from 2027 and 2037. And I just also like to make a plea that we'd really like to establish a relationship with your schools, because we brought in 500 apprentices last year because of this industry. We went from bringing in 300 a year now to 500. We also organized another 2,480 folks last year to join our union. We placed some folks retiring, but mostly to meet the demand of the data center industry. And this industry has, including other counties in the area, has jobs on books for the next decade and a half. So, you know, we really have a problem in the past in construction where it's the cyclical nature. Where interest rates go up, we lose, people have to sit on the bench. But this industry is in boom for the next 15 years. And data used to double every year and a half. Now data doubles every year. There's only 1% occupancy on these data centers. They're going to continue to come. It's a miracle as far as I'm concerned. I spent 25 years working for the National Labor Movement, dealing with dislocation, globalization, deindustrialization, and just going around, going to towns and bringing other unions to come together to feel the pain of the workers that were losing their jobs. We couldn't stop it, but we wanted to feel their pain, make them so somebody cared. This is a totally different experience. This local union has doubled since I got here in the last 8 years because of this data center industry. And these are safe, clean jobs and very well paying. Graduates of our apprenticeship program make $62 an hour with another $28 in benefits. We have over 200 contractors as part of this program, 30 women and minority owned businesses. And we really would like to provide that opportunity for the community college and for the high schools in your area. We work with women's sports clubs to try to get the youth soccer teams and to try to convince young ladies that this is a great occupation for them. We're doing everything we can. You know, in Washington, D.C., we have a step-up program. So D.C. residents get our apprenticeship wage, that $26 an hour, and get 2 years to get into our apprenticeship program. We could do something similar here. So it'd be really great to provide this kind of middle-class opportunity for the residents of King George County so people can live and work. And you saw our members really would love to work nearby. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there any others? Yes, sir.
Hello, my name's John Kirst. I'm a retired Local 26 member. I live in Jamestown subdivision in La Plata behind the Pepsi plant. I get traffic all the time. I hear noise all the time. My dad has a house. He passed away February 28th of 2022. His house is right at the College of Southern Maryland. He's been there 42 years. they keep building more buildings over there. He has plenty of well water. The well still works. So, I just pass it on. Lifetime experiences. And I think these guys need work closer to home. I had to travel all my life. 2 hours to get over to Manassas. I mean, I've worked at several data centers. They're mitigating so much. The walls, ask them how thick the concrete walls are that they're putting up that are precast. They're 6, 8, 10 inches, 12 inches thick. The noise is very minimal. People say stuff that aren't aware. They've never been there. I've been there. I've been in all these buildings. I did the first AOL, the second AOL, the third AOL, and the Micron technology. I know that they come in with these precasts. They silence the stuff. They set limits. They mitigate every problem. They work as diligently as possible to mitigate any problems that might come up. EPA, they try to meet every standard that they can, and I feel it's a good idea to go ahead and build this place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Is there another? No, ma'am. Yeah, sure.
My name is Ana Maria Lobo. I live in Presidential Lakes, and I've been here since my 20s. In this place, I had to go shopping in Maryland. I rent some more. I go to Washington, D.C., and it's never been a problem in going somewhere. I wanted that you think about it really hard what you put in the residents. We had a problem from the 40 years ago from the water and sewage. The people in Happy Yard pay a lot of money. They pay a debt. They pay for the service authority. Please, I want you to think in very clear this thing, what you're doing, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Are there any others? All right. Seeing that there are no others, the public comment on resolution PC 0525, Green Energy Venture rezoning, is now closed. Okay. Committee, do we want to speak on this now, or do you want to wait till the special exception? Want to just keep going?
I would keep going.
All right.
First, I suggest.
Okay. All right. So, who wants the floor? I mean, you don't have to take the floor.
Okay, I'll take it, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Dyson, you have the floor.
Thank you. I have a few comments, and then I have a few questions, if you don't mind. Comments. I'm very concerned that we had a number of county residents that live adjacent to this project that have come up and said they've not been contacted. That's very surprising to me. As long as you put up this long list of this has been going on for a very long time, and you've still not contacted the folks at LaGrange, you've not contacted the folks at the street on Bloomsbury, that's very concerning to me. It makes me question other statements that we've heard. But going on with that, there's a couple things that have come up in the latest documentation that I wanted to ask about. One is a statement that as you are aware, we've been very concerned about your water usage. And there's restrictions about using water usage for data centers in the current ordinance. And when you first came to us with proposals, you said you would not use water for your cooling. Yet now I see in the documentation, my laptop's, I'm just going to paraphrase. Oh, there it is. No water cooling of data center equipment will be permitted on the property unless and until the property is connected to and serviced by the King George County Service Authority water system. So suddenly we now have documentation, this is the first time I've noticed it, that says that we may be now on the hook in the county to provide you, I don't know, I don't see an estimate of how many gallons of water that the county may have to now provide you when you try to get connected. It's very concerning to me that there's been a sudden change in your position about water usage. This was going to be a closed loop, air cooled system that did not need a tap into the Rappahannock. So that's a big concern to me. My other concern is that I see that, you know, you're asking for an exception to the 50-foot height to go 65 and 90 feet, but even that says that it's exclusive of parapet screening and sound equipment. So I ask you, what is your max altitude, the max height of your buildings? You do not state it. Is it 120 feet? Is it 150 feet? I don't know. You said 95, but it excludes all these other things, which I have no estimate for. I don't know if your graphics include those extra parapets, sound deadening, and screening for the top side on the top of the building. So I don't know what your height of your building is ultimately going to be, and I was asking the fire chief here about, you know, access to that, and says it's not that big of a deal in an industrial building, but still, I'd like to know what sort of height our sheriff, our fire and rescue people have to be prepared to deal with in this building. Do we plan for 90 and then we get up there and go, oh no, it's another 20 feet taller? I don't know. It doesn't state it.
All right. So,
those are the couple issues that I'd like to get some responses back. It could be later. It can be now. That's up to the chairman how he wants to handle that.
So what I'm going to first, let me ask Chief Moody. Would you like to an opportunity to respond to that question as well? I know the applicant does want. So whichever one wants to go first, it doesn't matter. Sure. Yeah. We'll ask the applicant to respond to those questions or give them the opportunity to respond. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity to respond. As far as reaching out to community, I went and knocked on doors and I passed out, in some cases, extra material so the neighbors could, because some people weren't home. So I passed out to some of the neighbors. I'm not sure that happened. I gave out multiple materials and cards to call. So if I miss somebody, you got my cards now, and I'll be glad to keep talking to people as I can get a hold of them. But sometimes people aren't home, and I don't have phone numbers. But I really made an effort to try to reach out, community meetings and et cetera. So we'll continue to do that. And if we need to have more community things, we'll continue to do that. The second question you had was about water. And we do plan to continue with the closed loop system. But the county is in the process of doing interconnection designs between Hop Yard and Oakland Park, which includes a purple line water, which comes from Hop Yard. Because if you remember, Hop Yard is to be the central sewer treatment facility. Oakland Park is being decommissioned. It will connect to Hop Yard. Perkins Corner is in process of now being connected to Hop Yard. Hop Yard has a treatment capacity of about 300,000 gallons. It's approved for about 500. And so we will connect to that system and participate to make sure those improvements can happen, including the interconnection. We'll work with the service authority on an agreement. But if the county has available water, purple line water, like you see in other areas, let's say they got 500,000 gallons of water. Instead of putting it into the river, they can sell it to the industrial users. Why would you not want to do that? We don't have to use it, but we could be a customer and maybe use it for those purposes. So we're not going to pull groundwater or everything else, but if the county and the service authority has the ability to get water, industrial water, water, and you want to sell it, why do you want to restrict yourself not to sell it? That's our point. So it's not like we're going to say, where are we going to use your public water? If you got something for industrial purpose, like a purple line water or some other sources of water, and you want to sell it, don't limit anybody to really connect to it. Otherwise, we stay with our closed loop system, and we've already said we're never going to use groundwater anyway. So that's the response to that. Trying to think if we had another question.
There was one about the height.
Oh, the height.
More than 90 feet.
Yeah, I think the buildings, the way the code reads is it measures the height to the building to the roof line. That's the way you're 35 feet Your 50 feet doesn't include anything above that either. So our measurement is being consistent the way your ordinance is. So if you've got 35 feet up to 50 feet, we're measured to that 65 feet. It doesn't include anything on top of it. The only thing we would need on top of that with the parapets would be for sound attenuation or visual impacts. Generally, that works to be about 10 to 12 feet. Really depends on how far back. Sometimes you even set it back. The more recent buildings, you're actually setting back from the facade a little bit. That's the way they're engineering. We're also finding mechanical equipment as being a little more soundproof than usual because the sound comes from the fans. So the only thing in addition to that, which is 35, 50, 65, or 90, would be that attenuation wall for sound or visual impacts to cover equipment. And that generally ranges about 10 to 12 feet.
So was that extra 10 to 12 feet included in your sightline renderings?
It was not, but it wasn't included in the 35 or 50 either. So we can make it consistent, but we wanted to be consistent the way the ordinance measures it. So if you looked at it, the 35 feet didn't include it either, neither did the 50, which is your ordinance. And so, and we actually, and you're closer to the road, by the way. So that's the answer to that. If you need more specific information about, what do you need for soundproofing, but it's really based upon the equipment and making sure you meet those decibel levels that you're proffering to.
So, Mr. Chairman, I've got one last question for him, and while you're up there, I'd like a little clarification on the traffic and the traffic assessment. If I'm understanding that correctly, you were estimating 16,000 construction jobs. That's over the life?
That's over the life of the job, yeah.
How many at one time would you anticipate being involved in the construction of this project?
Well,
It's a 10 to 12 year project, if I remember correctly. Let's see, it was, no, it goes out to 2038 for phase 2. So it's 13 years from now.
Yeah.
Okay. So
it's about a 10 to 12 year build out, yeah.
How many people will be going in and out of that construction site? Because your traffic estimate was based on the approximately 1,200 employees at full build out.
Right. Well, you
have more than that during construction?
No, you'll have. First of all, you're not going to start building everything all at once. You'll do it in phases. We think we'll start with 250,000 feet, and then the next year maybe 500,000, and then you're about 753 buildings. 2 to 3 buildings a year. It's hard to construct more than that. These are good size, but you'll have 1,000 to 1,500 employees there at the same time. And you have to park them. We have to work with VDOT on entrance permits and traffic control. That's all permitted with VDOT. And our traffic analysis did not include that because it wasn't asked to do that. But we actually have to mitigate that traffic during the permitting process with VDOT, so they make sure that it's a safe condition. And all the access would come off of Route 3, not on Bloomsbury, unless you're doing improvements to Bloomsbury Road itself, or you're doing something with your own building once it's dedicated. But we want all the access, construction and primary, to come off of Route 3. That's the safest place to do it, not Bloomsbury.
So during construction, you're expecting it to be approximately the same number as that full build out. You said 12 to 1,500,
Yeah,
1,000 to
probably
1,500.
pretty close, yeah.
Okay. And sir, you said there was an additional 600 employees that aren't even included in his 1,200. Is that when they're completed?
Yeah,
so
we're talking
we
about,
could be up to 1,800.
No, that's all included in
all
that.
Included.
Yeah, yeah.
Not what he said.
But we really want to mitigate impacts on Bloomsbury Road. That's why we reduced the entrances and the improvements on that. One thing that has to happen on Bloomsbury today, because it's used by industrial traffic, is the improvements at the intersection of Bloomsbury and Route 3, because it's a dangerous place now. So that's why we made sure we started there first.
I have a few questions.
Yes, you have the floor, sir.
I'll be quick, Mr. Chair. I have to think on the deferring this decision until we know what is happening with the Birchwood project, Birchwood Data Center project. would really help frame the decision. If both projects are live and going through construction and development at the same period, at the same time, and operating at the same time, do we want that density of data centers? Whether we accept data centers or not, that's 15 million square foot. And just for this project alone, we're talking about 1.2 terawatts of power. That's about 4,000 tractor trailers starting up at ground level every month that they test these generators. And this isn't smokestack. This isn't a Birchwood smokestack. It's ground level. 5,000, well, 3,500, 4,000 tractor trailers starting up at once. That's a lot of diesel. If it were gas, I'd feel better. But diesel is dirty. Diesel's got particulate matter. We have steel since elementary. We have enough particulate matter going into the air with the methane burning at the dump. And I remember at the last Board of Supervisors meeting, Supervisor Binder made the point that informed community is a responsibility we expect of applicants, that we don't expect to hear from adjacent landholders. I learned about it from the sign posting on these project scales, and I believe she may have the same view on this at that point. We should have a gas line there, and I think we really ought to consider banning supplementary emergency diesel backup for over 1 megawatt or 5 megawatts. It's still rezoning A1 and some of our best A1, and it's tragic that it's across from a hop yard, but it's some of our best A1, and I can't support this project based on that alone. And I love my IBEW brothers, and we, Lord knows, we need the revenue. But if there's another spot, maybe the gravel pits, some spoiled industrial land that will never be farmland again. I'd rather see greenhouses there. I'd rather see, got to be industry to support our local agriculture, markets, processing plants, those kinds of uses. I don't think this is the best use.
All right, thank you, Mr. DeCarter. Mr. Myers, I think you wanted the floor.
Yes, I had a few questions. First of all, a lot of people said they heard it, first of all, from the signs. Did we mail on this?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
All of them were mailed? Okay. So that was the first question. Next, power lines for this. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of power lines coming in. The other project we looked at had power lines already to it, although they were going to have to add more. Where are you planning on getting power lines? Because those
glad you
kind of
asked
come
that question. Let's
eminent
go to
domain.
slide 27. I'll show you.
Okay.
Which package? Oh no.
It was in the extra slides. We did a composite that put a lot of things in place, so when questions like this come up, we would do our best to answer them. So again, this is the industrial zone that you've been planned. We've been in it it's been in for 2 decades. Just one other comment too. I don't know if you remember, but in 2009, Harris Teeter tried to do a food distribution center on about 200 acres of this. And it was ready to go, was going to be on this property right in here, 200 acres. And when Kroger bought it, it fell apart. But that was for a food distribution center. And then in 2015, there was a steel manufacturing facility that actually went to site plan, but then it also failed because of market conditions. So this property's had a lot of industrial uses proposed on it, just failed to happen. And frankly, if you look at all these industrial uses that could potentially happen here, because your comp plan says you can do certain things, including distribution, manufacturing, data centers is probably the least intensive industrial use in that district. Biggest tax revenue and generates the least amount of traffic. But the power line, there's a 500 kV line right here. That's an existing line. And I don't know if you realize it, but last week in Stafford on this 500 kV line, a data center was submitted for a data center campus. I don't know if you realize that. So it's right here on the county line, right there where that 500 kV line is. So we're going to be serviced with this 230 kV line, which went into Birchwood, but now also connects to us. These easements are actually there. So we've actually designed the infrastructure to connect from that 230, because we have to use a 230 line. We can't go directly to a 500 kV. And so it'll come directly through here and that's why these substations are located here. So we've actually gone down the road a lot with Dominion about these. In fact, I think we even supplied a will serve letter from Dominion about supplying power to us. I think we put that in the zoning application. So, but we're well down the road. We're actually designing substations right now, and we pay for those. We pay for all that infrastructure. It's about $60 million every substation. So we've got 4 times 60. We got $250 million in substations, plus all the infrastructure upgrade. But that's the answer about the power line.
So where is that 230 cutting across from?
The 230 is tying into this is all existing, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
There's a 500 kV. This is 230. I'm sorry, 230 is up here. And then it tied into this is where the Birchwood plant was, but then extends down to us. There's an existing easement here. It goes through the industrial park, and that's where that line, our feed will come from the north.
Okay. And that's enough power to run the whole thing?
That's enough. Well, over time, they have to upgrade it. We can't start immediately because we don't need it, but Dominion will upgrade that, and we'll bring substations online. If we don't build the data centers, we don't have to build an extra substation. So it's really based on demand.
Okay. Backup power for this, is that diesel backup power?
Well, actually, we've been discussing that a lot because we've been talking about using compressed gas. We looked at gas extension. Gas is probably 20 miles away. We talked to Columbia Gas and some others, but there really isn't capacity in the system, because even if Columbia Gas could put a pipeline through here, there's not enough gas in the supply chain to supply it, to put it in the pipeline. So we've been discussing using compressed gas generators, keeping it on site in lieu of diesel. It's still a fossil fuel to some extent, but it's not like a diesel. And so we've been discussing that. A long time ago, we were trying to figure out hydrogen fuel generators, but it just couldn't scale out. But that's one thing we've been looking at.
Are those generators put inside a building, or?
If we had a rendering of that, but it's right next to the building, and the supply of that is below it. So the generators are on top, the fuel supply is below it. They sit on top of it, just on the outside of the building.
Are there high walls or any noise abatement? What are you doing?
Well, the noise abatement is because the buildings are facing the roads and everything else is internal. So, and again, they only operate when they're tested, but the power goes out and you have to test them from time to time. But you'd operate it at certain times of the day, so you mitigate noise, but they're covered by the buildings.
And there's how many? From what I understand, there's 25 or 30 generators per building?
I can't answer that. Maybe one of my electrical brothers can answer that when they've been building them all the time, but there's a lot of them.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Each building's about 20 megawatts.
All right, so I want to go back to the question that about the height. This isn't a question for you. Actually, give Chief Moody an opportunity to respond, or if you would like the floor.
By the way, we changed our cash to go to the fire marshal at building permit, not at occupancy. And building permits are pretty upfront, you know, right at this early site plan process.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the parapet, I believe the applicant is correct. That does not include the total building height. So the 50 foot, 60 foot, or 90 foot are pretty much all the same for the fire department perspective.
Very well. You have the floor, yes, ma'am.
So, follow-on question, the ladder truck that is proposed, is that in the current CIP?
It is.
Okay. And, it's gonna be housed in Dahlgren when that facility will be open? Do you know when that'll be?
So that's under design currently. We're looking at approximately about 2 years, and yes, it would be housed at that station.
Do you know approximately the response time from Dahlgren all the way to, this area in Bloomsbury?
Probably be about anywhere between 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay. And do you have any concerns? I know we already, when we have, you know, even a moderate incident, we pull from neighboring counties and jurisdictions with the battery storage facility and the solar and these, you know, the ones that are proposed. Do you feel like it's that we're able to cover all those bases?
Well, that's a pretty complex question. You know, I'll say as the county is looking at continued growth, and as it's looking to put more residential rooftops, as it's looking to put more commercial rooftops, these data centers are data center complexes. These are, you know, we're not talking 1 or 2 buildings, we're talking, you know, 14 to 16 buildings per complex. Each building being anywhere between 250 to 280,000 square foot. They require a very robust fire department response if they catch fire. Give you a little perspective. We run 18 personnel per shift out of 3 stations we have in the county. So every 24 hours we have anywhere between 11 to 18 personnel that are on shift protecting the community and responding to the community. One of the data centers that caught fire, I think it was back in 2015, was in Loudoun County. It was an Amazon building. That required 100 firefighters to respond and to, you know, suppress and put that fire out. So we would, you know, there's no question that it would require a lot of pull from our neighboring mutual aid partners, our surrounding counties. That's why we have the agreements, and you know, they're here to help us. We're there to help them. It does come with a caveat, and that is they can't provide assistance if they can't render assistance. If they're tied up on with their community, they can't come to King George and help us. And so there is some sense of sustainability that we have to maintain, you know, within our own department and protect our own county. So I hope that touches a little bit on your question.
It does, and I don't know a lot about the capacity of our fire department or the neighboring counties, but you say we need about 100 people or possibly up to 100 people. Would those neighboring agreements meet that capacity, provided they don't have other emergencies?
It certainly could, you know, and I think again, as if it is the county's decision to bring these data center complexes on board and to the county, all of our services, particularly the fire and rescue department, we're going to have to continue to hire more people, obtain more apparatus. We have 3 data center complexes on the books as we speak, and along with everything else. There's probably going to be a point we're going to need more than 1 ladder truck. I mean, you know, if the 50 foot, 60 foot, or 90 foot doesn't move the needle much for us. These are low occupancy buildings, but you know, if they catch on fire, they're problematic. And you need to have a robust response.
I appreciate your perspective. Thank you.
Sure.
Chief Moody, I have a question on that along those lines. I think one of the proffers were like 100,000, if I'm correct, towards training. Does that training include all the other surrounding counties? Would you pull them in for specialized training for that?
You know, it's possible, and I think the 100,000 is probably going to go more towards equipment.
Okay.
So if we take the ladder truck for example, about every 90 days that price is going up.
Mm-hmm.
So every time we don't order and I say, hey, I need a new price because your quote's expiring, that price is going up. On a ladder truck, we're looking at probably about $200,000 of equipment just on the ladder truck. Okay, and that's why, you know, I put the price in the CIP the way I did.
Yeah.
So, you know, the way data centers are starting to spread throughout our region, I don't think it's probably going to be something that, hey, our data centers are more special than your data centers in Stafford or Spotsylvania. I do think there'll probably be some shared training resources. Certainly in emergency planning and through the local emergency planning committee. You know, there are some special hazards in these, particularly lithium-ion batteries, and you know, there's certain, you know, we'd have to ensure that our neighbors know what it is they're responding to, and also the community. That's part of the you know, the Community Right to Know Act and what hazards are in the facilities.
Any other questions for Chief? Chief Moody, thank you so much. Thank you. All right. If there's no more, yes, sir.
Have a minute. So, not so much questions that I expect anybody to answer, but I will pose one for Kelly if she's. So, I heard quoted that, you know, at build out, an estimated tax revenue out of this complex of like 18.5 million annually. All right. Last time we discussed a data center, we were given a large number like that, and it turned out that ain't really what's coming to the county. So I asked Kelly and our county attorney, do you guys know what's actually, how much of that 18 million would actually come to the county? Because I'm hearing that public safety is going to have to expand in order to accommodate the kind of growth we're anticipating. You know, is the money there?
Mr. Chairman, I'll try to answer that question. As far as I know, this does not, they will not apply, and it does not qualify for the state infrastructure grant that I think you're talking about AWS.
Won't have that problem with this particular.
Well, I can't guarantee that. If for some reason, I think right now AWS is the only one that qualifies for that because it requires $35 billion in investment in Virginia. And I think they're the only company that's done that. That's not saying that AWS couldn't buy this. And I don't know if he has a buyer, if he has a contract. My understanding was that he did not. But if AWS wanted to buy it, I assume they could and they would qualify. But then the county would have to enter into a performance agreement and agree to that. You can't, both the county and the IDA have to do that. EDA, I'm sorry, have to enter into those agreements which allow the tax rebates, the infrastructure grants, all those sorts of things. As posed by the applicants, it does not appear that they intend to do that. Not to say that it couldn't happen given the right set of circumstances. That's the best I can answer that question.
Well, let me go back to the applicant then. What is, your company will build it. You're not going to operate it. Is that my understanding?
First of all, data centers are pretty quiet. They don't advertise who they are. In fact, when I did that campus up in I did a 6 million square foot campus, I had to 1 year, they held that seven-figure number that I couldn't say who it was. Eventually came out, we worked with Google up there. But they're very quiet. It's a closed loop. When AWS came out, it was unusual for that industry. We have had zero discussion with them. We're working with a number of other end users. We may build for them. We may give them pads. We haven't decided yet, but we're capable of either one.
So when you talk about what might happen in the future in terms of like using water cooling, when the county eventually gets down to that part of the county with their distribution system, it's not really you who's going to make that decision. It's going to be some follow-on buyer of this project, right?
Well, we're not looking for public water for cooling. And
but you made the comment in your package that if water came into that area, you know,
industrial water.
Yeah, I understand.
Let me, if I can go to a slide. We have another slide. This might help. There's it had the water and sewer distribution. Maybe that'll explain a little bit about the water. So this is that one right there. So this is an overall what the county's in the process of doing right now. This is Perkins Corner. You're actually, I believe, started construction for this system, and you're going to hook this up to Hop Yard. This is your central sewer treatment. I think that's the long-term plan. This is Oakland Park. And so they want to connect, they want to decommission this. So you're engineering this sewer line to go to Oakland Park. I'm sorry, to Hop Yard. Right. And so we would connect to that. But there's a purple line that has been talked about. In fact, they're going to design it that it's, you know, treated. So and that would go up to the industrial users up here because they're a natural buyer for it.
I have a general idea of what you're trying to explain already. I'm trying to get at the point is when you talk about the future, it's not really you. It's going to be whoever buys this from you.
Well, maybe us. We may put up our buildings and lease them to the end buyer. We, you know, that seems the nature of the thing. It's not guaranteed that way, or we'll, you know, the end buyer might put up the building, but that's how that business works.
All right.
Okay.
So in general, I still have a lot of questions about stormwater runoff. You know, I haven't, maybe I've missed it, but I haven't seen it in your presentations to us, how you're going to handle stormwater runoff. I mean, even in my residential land, I've got water that runs off of my neighbors onto my land. It's irritating to me, to some of our residents here at this site, because of so much of the buildup that's going on. It could turn into more than an irritation. It could turn into a real problem. So I would like to hear you, not right now, but in a more formal way, address how that would be handled so that it's not devastating to your neighbors. I still got serious questions about, you know, they're coming in here, they're going to make a boatload of money off of this project. We're going to see some of it in terms of tax revenue, but it's still going to have a hell of an impact. Public safety is going to, I don't want to put the chief on the spot. He's a great guy and he's running a great organization, but I think he's trying to say that it's going to have to enlarge without actually saying that. He's going to need people, he's going to need equipment, he's going to need more training. I mean, the cost there hasn't been quantified yet. And I'm looking at, are we really going to see the income off of this from a tax base that people keep throwing numbers out at? I don't have a high confidence in those numbers right now. Now, you know, and I'll be honest with you, sir. Your proffers, I mean, you're not even paying the full price for the ladder truck when you talk about proffering 2.1 million when it's 2.7 million. Is that a good number, Chief? And as he said, that's going up almost daily. You know, forget about the fact that we're going to have to hire more people, you know, that even if we got the 18.5 million out of this as annual income at the end of the construction, we're going to have to pay for more firefighters. We're going to have to buy more equipment. I mean, I get the feeling that some people look at this number and they see this panacea of all the things the county could do. how they could pay off some of the debt of the service, authority, or whatever they could do for the county. And I'm just thinking that unless we do 3 or 4 of these, we're not going to see that kind of money. And one other one just for the board, the commission members, is that's a lot of buildings on a fairly small site. It is jammed packed. You look at that site plan, except for that land to the north that they don't really explain what they're using it for. It's just crammed in there, elbow to elbow, so I have some concerns here that I haven't heard addressed yet. Financial, stormwater runoff, the crowding, the traffic. I hate the idea of 4 or 5 entrances into this site when we're looking at one on the east side of it and another one on the west side of it, probably going to come in asking for the same kind of thing. So how many traffic lights and interchanges are we going to wind up with within a couple of miles there? So I got things here that make me uneasy.
All right, thank you, sir.
I buy into the idea that a data center does provide quite a few jobs. It doesn't put a huge impact onto the other resources of the county, like the schools. It will draw people into the county to live so that they can work near it. But I mean, it's got some positives. As an industrial facility goes, it's fairly clean. There's issues about the noise, which I'm not positive has been addressed, but at least it's been acknowledged. There's the emergency generators and what kind of noise and pollution will come out of those that I don't quite understand yet. So there's still a lot of questions here. When we went through the first project, we drug that company or that developer through a knothole trying to get information out of them. We've had a number of presentations from this applicant, but we really haven't subjected him to a lot of those same things that we did the first time around. So I'm not sure in my mind that this presentation and the information we have is mature enough for me to make a decision one way or another. I'm sort of on the fence right now.
All right. Okay, I think at this point, no, we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on. No, sir. No, sir. We're gonna move on. We're gonna move on. We're not gonna go this. We have another public hearing to go on, so we're gonna.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
we heard a lot of things, so when we come back, we'll answer a lot of things like
Very well.
your stormwater. We actually we've done a lot of work on that because we're trying to collect the rainwater cisterns and use it for, water for humidification or flush toilets. So we're spending a lot of time on conservation efforts, but we'll make sure that's all included.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We're not gonna, sir.
Mr. Chairman, you need to take action on them separately because they're separate applications. So you can do whatever action you're going to do on this one. And then
So,
public.
Yeah, sure. Yes, sir.
Mr. Stewart, so we now have a application to us, which all of our applications are on a timeline. And the application that was brought to us can't be approved because the building heights are too tall. So I don't want to personally be on the clock on this. So do we need to turn this down and have them reapply, or how do we handle that? I know there's a motion to have us set a public hearing because I saw it when I got here today, but we have a project that doesn't meet the guidelines right now. So we either need to fix the guidelines or we need to do something with it.
You have 100 days to act on this from the public hearing. The applicant can also waive that timeline if they so choose. I know the board initiated an initiating resolution to talk about the height, and I think that's lagging about a month behind. I don't know if the applicant has a preference, if they would want to ask you to defer to let that catch up or not. That would be up to them. You can take action on it either way. You could vote to approve it, or recommend approval, recommend denial, whichever you prefer. There's case law that says proffering that trumps the ordinance of the county. I don't like that. I don't think it's good practice for the county to do, but there is case law out there that says you can do that. So you still have those options.
I don't understand how we got to a public hearing though without a building height that was.
The applicant wanted to proceed, and there were discussions about the building height. The board initially had some reservations about having a discussion about going over 50 feet or 60 feet, I think is what we said, because that's what we thought it was. And then I think the board decided that they would at least send it to you all to consider it. And that's just the way the timeline evolved.
Could we, Mr. Chairman, make a suggestion if that's
Yes, sir.
might help the process? We didn't think we were going to get any discussion or votes tonight. It would probably go another month. And with that said, I think your text amendment discussion comes up next month anyway. So I think that could catch up, and that way you can look at everything holistically. So we wanted to have the public hearing. We can meet people that we've been trying to get a hold of, and now we can meet them and make sure they're well informed. So I think there's a lot of benefits to waiting till March or until May again, and we can come back and answer some of the questions that we heard tonight. Make sure that the people that said we didn't contact, because we honestly tried. I knocked on doors. Somebody didn't answer. I really tried hard. In fact, I went to all the businesses in the industrial park. Almost went to every one of them, trying to figure out a way how you can do business with locals. Steel plant, concrete. In fact, I spent an hour and a half with the concrete manufacturer today looking at all their opportunities and what they do. They do a lot of data center work. Environmental group, Kristen I've met with her multiple times, and she might help us procure all that landscaping that we got to put on Route 3 in Bloomsbury because we proffered bigger. So we're trying to work with local businesses too. It's not just your neighbor, it's the businesses that are next door. So we have no problem. Let's let the text amendment, I think, come to you next month anyway. We can talk more, and that way you can look at things holistically. But I didn't think you were going to act on anything tonight anyway.
Gotcha.
Okay?
Are you good waiving your right on the 100?
I'm Clark Lemming. Sounds like it's time for the lawyers to try to route. I don't think there's any right at issue here. There's a zoning application that's before you. As Mr. Mitchell indicated, we didn't expect you to act on this. We know that there is a text amendment that's been referred to you. So I think there's an opportunity for all these things to marry up. But I've not been before this commission anytime recently when you've acted on the night of the first public hearing. You do have questions and things you want us to get back to you on.
Correct.
So I think that's the normal course of business. And you'll deal with the height amendment. And as Mr. Stewart indicated, that's one way to go to address the height issue. There's no project without additional height here. But the proffer, and I believe you, sir, Mr. Myers, mentioned at one meeting a condition to a special exception accomplishes the same thing. Now, the county attorney doesn't like the appearance of that, but legally, that does the same thing. You could also add another provision for your special exception requirements for height. There are many ways you could do it. So, we're here to work with you. And I think there are a number of issues that you want more information on, and we want the opportunity to give you that information. And I think height will get addressed in the overall context of that effort.
Okay.
I don't know if you need something more formal, but we certainly don't expect you to take, and didn't expect coming here for you to take any action on the zoning application tonight. You still have another public hearing to go. Not sure why you didn't consolidate them, but you do. So.
Thank you, Mr. Lemming. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, y'all have 100 days to act on this application, based upon what I'm hearing. So you can defer it on your own. Sounds like to me that they expected that.
Yes, sir.
And you still have plenty of time to act on it.
We do it here. If we vote on that, we have a public hearing next month.
The public hearing on the rezoning has been closed. So You'll, no, that, yeah, the height does need to have a public hearing. You have another one tonight that does not, I'm sorry. Yes, you will have to have a public hearing on that and take action on it. Correct. And it makes sense, depending upon what you all do, for everything to go to the board at one time. So it's all consolidated.
All right. So, correct.
Make a motion that we defer this to the third meeting out. Well, we have one before us now, so.
The one that's before us, we still have,
Well, we just defer this to the next meeting to continue discussing it, right? Okay.
Okay, well, all right, the motion is to refer Z-2022-00021 to the next meeting.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded.
Who was the second? I'm sorry. Sean made the motion.
The Z.
Second? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, they should be done
simultaneously.
Each case individually. You advertised a public hearing on the special exception, and there were folks who came for that. So
yes, sir.
You should hold your public hearing on that.
We will, yes, sir. So.
The call roll on that. Can they vote on that?
We should have the hearing.
Move to defer. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll call the roll for the motion to defer. Okay.
Very well.
Mr. Parker seems to have gone. Mr. DeCorda. Mr. Palavoda.
Aye.
Mr. Kendrick.
Aye.
Mr. Maffett. Ms. Flatley.
Aye.
Mr. Myers. Aye. Mr. Nicely.
Aye.
And Mr. Williams.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Ready?
We're still doing public hearing for the other two?
For yes.
Because we only deferred the one.
Just the one. We got one more. So.
Interconnected.
At this time, I will open the public hearing for resolution PC 06-25 Green Energy Ventures Special Exception public hearing. Again, I ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes, and when approaching the podium, please state your name and address. Now, so with that being said, first, I have Ms. Debbie Fairfax.
Good evening, I'm Debbie Fairfax, James Madison District. I'll try to keep it to 30 seconds. I had a question. If we extend a special exception for data center, for the use data center, since this is a data center campus, how does that work since it's in phases? So someone, just if someone could answer that to me. How often do they have to get permission? Or is it just carte blanche, now you can build data centers? And the second is a quick comment to the Wells comment. In Stafford, Charlie Payne, who was speaking for a different entity, said that wells have been damaged under his projects, but they have reimbursed the citizens whose wells were damaged. Now, I'm not saying they will, I'm just adding to the conversation. So perhaps that could be considered as part of some sort of suggested proffer to make those who could be affected feel a little bit more comfortable.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, Mr. Todd Fairfax.
Todd Fairfax, Kings Highway, James Madison District. Rather than repeat everything I said, I'll just hit the highlights, make the berms taller so the sight lines obscure the buildings in totality from the earliest part of the construction. Number two, lower the sound levels from what is the ordinance level to 55 dBA daytime, 50 dBA nighttime. But all that's OBE if I understand how the law works, because the first The first hearing required the rezoning to allow for the special exception of now a rezoned to industrial use. So I think your second hearing is now OBE because your first hearing has been deferred, but I'm not the lawyer, so I'll defer to those who are smarter than me in that regard. But as I understand it, nothing got rezoned to industrial, so there's no opportunity for a special exception in industrial for a data center use. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, Mr. Bill Hare. Is he still here? All right. I think so. All right, sir. Gentlemen, sir, you're next. If you no, yes, if you want, if you wish, no, okay. Is there anyone who wishes to speak at this point? Yes, sir.
Darren Colomb, 11371 Bloomsbury Road here in King George. So, there was discussion about they aren't tapping into any county water source, but they were going to drill wells. And it's understandable that they need the wells for fire suppression, toiletries, cleaning, and such things as that. But how many wells per building will they be drilling? Because that's going to affect my water aquifer, no doubt in my mind. So I asked the board to ask that and for the contractor to, or the applicant to identify how many wells per building. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any others?
Lines 11379. I live between Darren and Dario, right across the street. I just want to make sure the number one priority for me is the runoff and contamination from all the parking lot. There's all this impervious material now that's not going to absorb anything. That water's got to go somewhere. I hear aquifers or cisterns. I don't know if you guys have seen that creek. I'm telling you, that creek rises fast, and it's farmland now. Once there's a lot of stuff packed in there, that the water is going to be a major problem. So that's my number one concern. I hope you guys consider it. And the contaminants, Dario's got horses. It's a horse farm. That horse farm's been there forever. That creek, I plan on having livestock. How is anybody going to test the water before and after to make sure that we're not having contaminants? So that's my number one concern. I'll have more at the next meeting.
Thank you, sir. All right. Are there any others? Ma'am, I think you've had your two opportunities. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, ma'am. I'm so sorry. But thank you. Are there any others? All right.
My name is Nick Kolkback, 171 Poplar Road, Fredericksburg, VA. Just one quick suggestion. Everybody's worried about aquifers. I deal with horse farms, this and that. I have a well myself, just drilled a new well on my property. May I suggest to possibly consider deep wells, as in super wells, below 1,000 feet. That is a different aquifer that's not typically drilled for drinking, especially in this county. That's it.
Thank you, sir. All right. All right. Are there any others? All right. Yes, sir.
I just want to piggyback off what he said. My name's John Kirsch. I live 102 Godspeed Court, La Plata, Maryland. That second aquifer and the third, there's actually 3 aquifers. So like you said, if they do a deep well, actually drilling a well sometimes for all that wastewater that's coming off from the spring and the runoff water, they could drill a well and the water just goes straight down the deep well that they drill too. I mean, there's different mitigation problems, but there's ways of mitigating and getting it corrected so that they don't have these problems where the roads flood out and this and that. But that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. All right. Are there any others? All right. Seeing that there are none, public comment period for resolution PC 06-25 Green Energy Ventures special exception is now closed. All right. Board, do we have any other comments? Yes, sir.
I'd like the applicant to address the parking lot lights, and then the stormwater management in a manner that the general public will understand. And I would like to know if this will affect the rate for our county as far as the electricity. There was a concern there, and I think that we should speak to whether or not you'll have multiple wells per building, and whether or not that will actually cool anything, or if it's just for the bathrooms there and the building usage and the capacity of that. Yes, and I'm disappointed that the public brings all these questions, because I think you have all those answers. I feel like you had an opportunity that you missed that could have answered a lot of their questions, and you might not have got so many against you speaking tonight. That's my only comments.
Thank you, Sean. Yes, sir. You have the floor. Yes, sir.
So I'm actually surprised the rate or potential for rate increases hasn't come up more tonight. There's been a ton of chatter about this in local news the last few months. In October, Dominion actually announced that they expected a rate increase annually by at least 2.7%, which is directly attributable to increased demand from data centers, which they expect to go up, I forget the figure, but 53% increase in its rate base by 2030. There's some estimates that rates for residential could increase up to 69% on top of what it is today by the end of the decade, which again is directly attributable to data center influxes into this region. There's also been a lot of new studies recently about energy harmonics and disruption based on proximity to data centers, with strong correlation in terms of the quality of power disruption within 20 miles to data centers that have been built, most notably in Northern Virginia and outside of Chicago and somewhat in Oregon. There are a lot of long-term impacts of data centers on localities that are not yet understood. So since we're deferring this, I would probably implore the commission up here to look into this more and not rush headlong into something that we don't understand how it's going to impact this community over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. The reality is the electrical grid is not set up to handle this amount of demand. No matter what Dominion says, they're going to have to upgrade substantially. That is going to bear a cost. I did see the applicant shaking his head earlier about that, but Dominion itself is saying the rates are going to have to go up, right? And that is directly attributable to these types of projects. So a lot of things that we need to consider here on top of everything else everybody else said, but it's not as simple as here's $18 million in a low impact use of 300 some odd acres.
Thank you, sir. The floor is open for Ms. Flannery. Yes, ma'am. Sure.
I have some very specific questions about the water use. For example, how much water will you use from those wells for your general toilets and washing and et cetera, versus how much water that you're going to use for your air-cooled system? And where will the water come for the air-cooled system? I'm kind of hoping you could answer those now.
I'm going to introduce Dale Hamas. He's one of our partners. Dale also used to be the head of Loudon Water, the public utility. I was a 20-year board member for that too, and he can answer those questions.
Thank you.
Also, Scott Cudless used to be head of DEQ on the water permitting side. He's retired and part of our team, and But between the two of them, I think we can answer your questions.
So, so the first question, and correct me if I'm wrong, was how much water do we believe we will use out of the wells? And before I get to the answer to that question, we are looking at 2 production wells for the entire site. And maybe a backup well. Could be 1 well with a backup well. We like redundancy in the business. We like to be able to work on 1 well and use another. But there may be 2 production wells and a backup well, or there may be 1 production well and a backup well. And the reason for that is we're not going to be using a lot of water out of the ground. We're projecting about 35 employees in the building, or rather, I'm sorry, the employees in the building using 35 gallons per day, and that's going to equate to somewhere between 60 and 70,000 gallons a day for the entire site. Your homes you project 350 gallons per day per home. So you can do the math and do the equivalency of water demand in terms of homes, because ERCs, or equivalent residential connections, is one way we understand how much water we're going to use. So I can't do the math in my head, but it's about 190 homes would be the equivalent demand of the entire site. So that's how much water we're going to use. We're not going to use any water for HVAC cooling.
I'm
That's
sorry,
power.
I thought there was some humidification.
Humidification is
Tell me how much. Where's that water coming from? Where's that water come from, and how much will you use?
This is where we want to look at using the cistern water and storm water and treating it and using it for humidification. So we're going to try to harvest rainwater, treat it. We do this, and it's done often, and use that water for humidification. But that demand is probably another, we're still working on. I can't give you an exact number right now, but we're looking at weather data to figure out what the humidity is during the year. And the driest days, there are about 85 dry days during the year where we're going to have to humidify. And we're still trying to figure out how much water that is going to be and whether or not these alternative sources that we are investigating will meet that demand. We think they will. As a part of our DEQ groundwater withdrawal permit, we have to identify and evaluate alternate sources of water to lighten the load on the groundwater. So that's what we're in the process of doing right now.
So you're saying that you're not going to use groundwater for cooling, but you're basically using water before it gets into the ground. So you're still possibly denying the creek and the other land, adjacent land of water that would have gone down into the aquifer. Have you done any calculations on what the effects are going to be?
Generally speaking, about 1/3 of rain that falls goes into the ground and feeds the aquifers. That's in my region. In this region, it's about the same, I believe. 2/3 runs off, and some of that runoff gets absorbed by plants. So I can have Andy, our engineer, come up and talk more about the stormwater system and how we will protect the stream, which we've just heard a lot of water rises very quickly in that stream. We want to capture some of that and put it to use to manage the runoff and also manage the demands that we have to lighten the load on the groundwater system. All of these are water use and water conservation measures that we're evaluating as a part of our groundwater withdrawal permit application for DEQ. And that process is moving forward, but reasonably as a business, we can invest all the money that has to be invested to know the finite answers. We don't even know how much water we're going to be able to get out of the ground until DEQ issues a permit to us. And that is a little while off.
Are there rules in place for how much water you can collect in cisterns?
You got that, Andy? I don't think there are rules, but I don't know. I do know that we will not need but a small part of the water that runs off the site or falls in the form of rain.
But you said not very much, but you also said you can't quantify, so
I
don't,
I
in the
can,
scheme of things, I don't know what small is.
okay, so here's another way I can try to answer your question. I provided water to 86 air-cooled data centers, and they used on average 3,500 gallons per day. And that's 10 houses per site, per building, based on 350 gallons per house. That included humidification. So that gives you a better total number. That's about, for 19 buildings, I can't do the math in my head, but 19 buildings times 3,500 is what, about 70,000 gallons? So part of that's domestic, part of that is humidification. And we're working on what the differences are, because your rules don't allow us to use groundwater for humidification.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir. Brief.
One brief question. Are you, in your rezoning application, are you willing to restrict the use to data centers and accessory uses? And I asked, make sure we don't get, a bottomed out project and then a fish factory or something.
You want an answer now? I would like an answer yes. All right. Well, to the extent possible, we're going to use our proffers that are already in place, and they are pretty restrictive. The groundwater supplied by the temporary groundwater wells will be used primarily to serve employees and other general facility uses. In no event will it be used for water cooling of the equipment. Now, in addition to that, we have a determination from your county zoning administrator about the extent of the usage. That's included as part of your package, and we asked for that so that we would know where that line is. So it's domestic water use. It was indicated not even for humidification. So that's the extent of the use, if that answers your question. All right, well then ask it again and we'll try again.
My question was, will you agree to restrict your use to the data center and accessory uses to preclude the industrial zoning going into, any heavy industry could subsequently go into that spot? Were you willing to restrict your special exception permit to data centers and accessory uses?
Well, the entire proffer statement restricts us to use of data centers. Recall your issue with the prior zoning. I really didn't understand your question, but recall your issue with the previous zoning tonight. Broad open commercial center. We have that proffer. This is data centers. If we're going to do something other than data centers, we got to come back. Sure, it's right in the beginning. It's okay. Well, it's in the proffer statement. Permitted uses. This is Roman numeral 2. The permitted primary use of the property is as a data center and accessory uses. So if we came in with some other major industrial use, the proffers wouldn't support it. The proffers limit the use of the property to the data centers under this set of proffers. Okay, well, ask your answer. Oh, is it still on? Oh, it's still on.
All right. Okay.
That's not the.
I believe it restricts it to, I believe it restricts
Is that
it to
satisfactory for restricted?
the primary use to be the way I interpret it is the primary use is the data center, and then any ancillary or accessory use to the data centers is all they can do.
Okay. So that answers your question. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Lemon. All right. Think. At this point, is everyone spoken their piece? Okay. All right. So even though we know what the motion will be, I still need it. So,
I make a motion that we defer action on resolution PC 0625, Green Energy Ventures Special Exception Application until the next regularly scheduled meeting.
all right. Motion's been made and seconded.
Is that you, Brett? A second? Okay, thank you. Okay, motion to defer. Mr. DeCorda. Mr. Palavoda.
Aye.
Mr. Kendrick.
Aye.
Mr. Maffett. Ms. Flatley.
Aye.
Mr. Myers.
Aye.
Mr. Nicely.
Aye.
And Chair Williams.
Aye. All right. Motion
Motion
is made
carries.
to defer. Thank you. All right. Next on the agenda is new business. This is resolution PC -07-25 Green Energy Ventures HCOD exception request. Is that
Mr. Chairman, that was also addressed in
yeah, I
my
did. That's
presentation.
That's why
It's getting late.
I got you. All right. No.
No, sir, a public hearing is not required on this. The zoning ordinance gives the planning commission the ability to approve or deny.
But we deferred, so. All right. Next, we have staff reports. So April 2025 Director's Report, which is attached. Did you want to? I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, are
Yes, sir.
you all going to take action on that, the entrance request, or defer that?
Okay.
Which is just I think when Angela did it, she gave a presentation on the entire thing. If
Okay.
you all need
We
more
still need to take
information-
action on that.
Make a motion that we defer action on PC 0725.
Motion's been made and seconded.
All right, thank you. Mr. Palavoda.
Aye.
Mr. Kendrick.
Aye.
Mr. DeCorda. Ms. Flatley.
Aye.
Mr. Myers.
Aye.
Mr. Nicely.
Aye.
Mr. Kendrick. Oh, I'm sorry, you already have voted. Mr. Maffett. And Chair Williams.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right. All right. Okay. Staff report. Whenever you're ready, ma'am.
I will keep it very brief. Just addressing the staff report that's in the packet for the month of March. And then we already talked about this, but we are going to have a public hearing next month for the height requirement. So we'll bring back some language. If y'all have any advice, any recommendations, how you might want to deal with this, please let me know.
Thank you. Okay. Next is the committee's report. I think the only thing that I wanted to make mention of to my board members just be there's no rules against social media. You speaking in or about or what have you is your right, but just be mindful that your comments are read. And so I just want to say to each, just be cautious. Be cautious. That's all I'm going to say about that. Right. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, Sean. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so we've had quite a few meetings, and it's looking like we might be able to address most of the concerns on both sides with just a change to the subdivision ordinance. Maybe not have to rezone or change the densities. One idea that was proposed was to remove the major subdivisions from A1 and A2. So, if you wanted to do one there, you'd have to proffer it and go down to R1 or R2 or R3. But I encourage you guys, if you guys have any thoughts on it, to call me or email me, and I'll make sure, I get the answers to you at the meetings. But we've been meeting once a week. We didn't meet last week, but we've made a lot of good progress.
Thanks, Sean. Thank you. Okay. That's it.
Advertised?
Yeah.
Are they? Okay, they are advertised.
All right, let's see. Other future business? None?
Advertised, making it.
No? All right, and I think this is everyone's favorite part. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Motion's been made and seconded. Meeting is adjourned.